You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We have a busy day ahead of us, a lot of live events, and if you want to stay in the know with what's happening here in the Orlando area, across the state of Florida, and to really across the country today, you're in the right place because there's a lot that we are going to be getting into over the next few hours. First of all, let me give you a live look at the White House, where we're awaiting a ceremony to welcome the Saudi Crown Prince to the White House. President Trump going to be greeting him very shortly. There's this ceremony. There will be a meeting between them a little bit later this hour, and so we will try to listen into some of that live. Give you a live look at the House Press Gallery. This is Steve Scalise, Republican whip. Who is speaking now. He's not the whip, but he is in leadership with the Republican caucus in the House. And they are holding a weekly news conference right now. All of this, of course, just ahead of the vote today on releasing the Epstein Files. The Epstein Files Transparency Act expected to be voted on the floor of the U.S. House today. Let me go ahead and give you another live look outside the Capitol, where we are awaiting a news conference in any minute now from members of Congress, some more Epstein survivors as well, who are about to speak about this vote. One of the Congress people we're going to hear from in this news conference is Adelita Grijalva, who is a newly sworn in congresswoman from Arizona, who was her signature on the discharge petition was the one that gave the number needed, 218, to kind of force this vote. That was before President Trump came out and expressed his support for that action. So a lot of moving parts with this. There will be a vote on the House, or there's a vote on the House floor expected later today. Let me give you a live look right now at the floor of the U.S. House, where members of Congress are talking about a number of different things. And at this hour, unclear exactly right now when that vote will take place, but we will have more on that, and certainly listen in on some of these things as they develop. But we begin today with some new information about this shooting that we brought you as breaking news on Friday afternoon, and a lot of new details came out yesterday with the release of body camera video and some more video showing the moments that a standoff in the city of Orlando turned deadly. We talked about the barricade situation and the SWAT team out there on Edgewater Drive and Lee Road on Friday afternoon. Over the weekend, the mother of the victim claimed that her son was not the intended target of the shots that were fired when SWAT responded. There have been some questions about that, but the new video, some new information sheds a little bit more light on it, and Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more on what we know.
Police say they were already investigating him and the shop that he worked in right behind me. Currently, there is a memorial outside. His family claiming he was innocent and police got the wrong guy. Police saying they did not. They released new police body cam video that shows it all happened in an instant. Take a look.
Let me see your hands!
That was from new body camera video showing the SWAT team opening fire outside a tattoo shop, killing one of its employees, Caleb Williams. Police released edited video showing what they say is a rifle in this man's hands and Williams holding a gun behind that door. The tattoo shop was at the center of a 2-month-long drug investigation before the SWAT team rolled up Friday afternoon with a search warrant. Williams was one of 9 people connected to the shop, including its owner being watched by police. Cops released this new video and new information yesterday. We spoke to a retired detective. He says OPD's release of this video 3 days after the shooting is about transparency.
In this case, you cannot defute or beat video, especially if you have grieving parents who want to believe in their son's actions, so that it's not going out and rallying up the community and spreading hate and discontent against our law enforcement.
Before the new information was released, Williams' mother proclaimed her son's innocence when we spoke to her.
He was literally just here working. I talked to him at 1:51 p.m. 1:51 p.m. and like 20 minutes later, my baby's gone. And it's not fair.
No response from the mother just yet now that this updated information has been released, but police say that Williams had an extensive criminal history, including an arrest back in Orange County last December. Reporting in Orlando, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
And we are continuing to follow up on that case as well. Hope to talk with you a little bit more about that investigation and kind of what happens next, coming up in just a little bit. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, it's been so nice to start this week.
Amazing. It really has. I mean, it's been a little warm during the afternoon hours, but nothing that's been like unbearable.
And then you still get to cool off at night
Yes.
and evenings. So the evenings have been pleasant. The mornings have been
Yes,
great.
it's been pretty nice out. I'm not gonna lie. It's what I like to call boring but beautiful weather for us meteorologists.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a boring pattern. There's not really huge changes. In fact, not for the next several weeks probably. So it makes for beautiful weather for us here at home. So we can't complain too much.
Even if there's not too much to talk about.
Yeah, hey, we can talk about nice, beautiful weather all day long if we have to. I mean, this picture from Daytona Beach really shows it quite well. You can see that even the water is looking really blue and almost a turquoise color. We're seeing temperatures warming up quickly too, and we're going to see highs that are still above normal. And that's probably going to be the biggest takeaway for this week, will be the temperatures climbing to the low middle 80s. And that starts today. We've seen it all weekend long, essentially, but really today, too, is when we're going to be seeing those temperatures climb to a high of 82, and it's only up from here. So we are going to be expecting a pleasant stretch, yes, low humidity, but plenty of sunshine. High pressure overhead means we're going to be seeing quite the quiet stretch here throughout the next, again, couple of days and even weeks. So highs today will be right around 81 in Leesburg, 82 as I mentioned in Orlando, 81 in Sanford to DeLand. If you're heading out to some of the beaches, we have a moderate risk of rip currents. Water temperatures are right around the low 70s too, but our actual air temperatures will be well into the upper 70s. So not a terrible day if you're heading out to the beaches. Just the water might be a little cooler than what you might prefer, but I think it's probably still manageable if you're going to be heading out. The next 3 days does show, though, that forecast does have temperatures increasing slowly but surely. We're going to kind of inch our way into the middle 80s as we head towards the end of this week and into the weekend. So 83 will be our high tomorrow, Thursday, and then we'll see a high of 84 by Friday. And it's really not until, say, after Thanksgiving, maybe the first couple of days of December, that we start to see some changes arise when it comes to the forecast. But even still, the timing's been kind of all over the place, and just how much of some cooler air is going to make it to Florida, if and when. Those are two, obviously, the bigger questions we hope to answer. But as of right now, it looks like after Thanksgiving, the weekend after Thanksgiving, we could see, as you know, a couple of a round and a dose of some temperatures that are cooler than normal for sure. And then we could bounce back quickly. And this is truly the season where we see that this time of year, where we're kind of seeing the yo-yo effect and temperatures are going up and down, up and down. And we've been pretty consistent lately, I'll say that, at least the last couple of days. I know last week we dealt with the cold, and now this week we're above normal by a couple of degrees. So this is, once we get closer to the wintertime months, we start to see a bigger difference. But until then, we're just going to be socked into the 80s.
Yeah. Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, it makes my job a little easier too. So, or maybe harder to make it interesting. So, depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, still beats the alternative sometimes, but
this is true. Yes, I would much rather have the warmer temperatures, quiet weather over storms or the cold or snow.
Yep.
Any day.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, we appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. And when you woke up this morning, you may have realized a lot of things that you're used to seeing working weren't. That's because of another big outage. We're talking about Cloudflare, that, and that's a name you may not have heard of, but it does power a lot of things that you have heard of, things like X, the social media platform, ChatGPT, a number of other things that rely on this internet infrastructure provider, essentially. So Cloudflare been working to fix that issue, but just another example of the impact that these outages can have. And so joining us live now to talk about this is Matt Rose, the CXO of Tech Rage IT in Winter Springs. And Matt, good talking with you. Unfortunately, it seems like we've been talking with you a lot about these outages, but they really do just have huge impacts when something like this happens.
Yeah, they really do. It proves every day, as much as we're reliant on the internet, how much it's really hard to not be somewhat funneled through a few very large services out there. So just proves that.
Yeah, which is problematic in a lot of ways, as we see yet again this morning. Because talk to us about what happened and some of what the impact has been.
Yeah, so I don't think they've really come out and said exactly what happened just yet, or at least a full report yet. I know in the previous, like with the Azure and the AWS stuff, there was stuff with DNS we talked about. I think so far they saw that this morning there was a large amount of traffic that came through, which could mean it was what's called a denial of service attack or some other attack they got hit with. And that's kind of meant like a lot of people hitting the website or hitting their servers at the same time. Regardless of what happened, basically they went completely down. And it seems like it was global. It seems like there were some people around the world who may have had some good luck. But it's a service that is different from the Azure or AWS of the world, where you might have an actual website or app or something that's running there. Cloudflare kind of sits between your website and the internet and the people accessing it. It's meant to be there, funny enough, to prevent some attacks, these denial of service attacks, where someone's hitting your website, tons of times with bots. This is even before the AI version of bots. And it kind of helps to make sure that traffic still gets to the site and you're not affected by those things. It also can help make things faster. A lot of people swear by Cloudflare because they're actually going to keep your data or copies of your website and whatnot in different parts of the world. So if you're, here in Florida versus Germany or something of that nature, you can still access websites pretty quickly. And it also sometimes allows for temporary outages to not be seen. So it's a really great service when it works. But when it went down, it didn't actually mean that sites like X were actually down. It meant that Cloudflare couldn't get to it, so therefore you couldn't get to it. Interesting.
Because of the reliance on something like this, we know some of those big names that were impacted by it, by things that you may start scrolling as soon as you get out of bed in the morning. But there were probably a lot of other impacts that we don't fully know yet because of the reliance on this.
Yeah, well, a funny one that was kind of going over LinkedIn and places that I look at from an IT and security standpoint is there's a website called Down Detector that is kind of it's a simple website that people can go on there and report something's down. It was down, so Down Detector was down because they relied on Cloudflare. I know internally at our company, our CRM was down, so we couldn't access that for a bit. So I mean, just minor things, but again, it's pretty common. I mean, Cloudflare is something that a lot of just even basic websites or basic companies will utilize. It's not terribly expensive, and it's just known to be a really solid product and thing out there. So, I mean, I think, we noticed these huge companies, but huge things out there. But I would bet you, as a small business or just random little apps and websites, probably were affected this morning.
And so, what can you do in that situation? Is there anything on your end that you can do in that situation to try to get? Because you said that your site technically is not down. Is there anything that can be done in the meantime?
So and I think it's funny, I was actually having a conversation internally with an employee who was trying to reach our CRM. And I think the idea is it's in the same idea that if internet or power goes down in your office and you're in that question of, do I send people home or not kind of thing, hoping it's going to come back up. And I would imagine all these companies, they could have rerouted their traffic away from Cloudflare, but then that's still going to take time. That's not going to be instant for the world. it may have other ill effects. And I think if we had heard from Cloudflare, like, hey, we're not going to be able to resolve this today or something of that nature, I think you would have routed traffic away from it. And so I think there was that. It's possible some people did that right off the bat, but I think that that's the struggle, is you can stop using the service, but even that, again, is not something where you're flipping a light switch that it works perfectly for everybody.
And so what's the bottom line here? What do we learn from something like this?
Same lesson we've kind of always had from even just the past few attacks like this, or not attacks per se, but things like this, is that as much as we're super reliant on all these internet and cloud-based services, we want to keep using them. I don't know if there's an easy answer. You could potentially spend a ton of money and have redundant services, as we talked about during the AWS or the Azure downtimes. You can have multiples, but most people don't have the money for that. I think at this point we need to see what Cloudflare is going to say, and it may just be that you need to have a recovery option that involves saying, okay, this is down. If it's Cloudflare, we're going to flip this switch. It may have at least had you back up in minutes instead of hours. But I think it goes back to having a disaster recovery and business continuity plan, really, more than anything.
Yeah, and we're seeing that the importance of that borne out. It seems like weekly.
Yeah, we really are.
Matt Rose, CXO of Tech Rage IT in Winter Springs. Always good talking with you. We appreciate you helping make sense of all of these things that are happening. So thanks for joining us today.
Thanks again.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you to Capitol Hill. We are hearing from Senator Mark Kelly, a Democrat from Arizona, who is speaking right now as part of this news conference with other lawmakers and advocates as well, talking about the Epstein Files. The House slated to vote on that effort today to get those files released. Let's go ahead and listen in live from Capitol Hill.
For it. This hasn't come easy. Powerful people like the President of the United States and the Speaker of the House have tried very hard to keep the whole truth from coming out. They made Adelita Grahova wait how long? 2 months?
50 days.
50 days to take her seat in Congress just to delay accountability. And next, we're going to need your help on the other side of the Capitol, making sure that Senate leadership doesn't delay this any further. They need to schedule a vote on this so this can get passed into law. But together, we can get there. Because at the core of this isn't about Congress members or senators or the media. This is about real victims, but also about their families who deserve justice and who deserve accountability. And together, we're going to make this happen. And thank you very much for being here. We've got a little bit more work ahead of us, but my hope is that Leader Thune will do the right thing and bring this legislation to the floor of the Senate and allow a vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Representative Robert Garcia.
Well, thank you. First, let me just start by saying that today, especially, all of our thoughts are with every single survivor and victim of Jeffrey Epstein. These are incredible women who, many of whom were abused when they were children at the hands of powerful men in our country. And censoring them and the work that you're all doing should happen every single day as we debate in the Congress what our next steps are as it relates to holding people and the powerful accountable. I, of course, want to thank all the advocacy groups that are here. I especially want to thank Congresswoman Grijalva, who has been a great friend, but also a true leader and champion of ensuring that this process moves forward. I serve as the lead Democrat on our Oversight Committee, and our investigation on the Epstein Files is driving a lot of this work. And I'm grateful to Congressman Khanna, Congressman Massey for their incredible leadership in this vote that's about to happen here in just a couple hours. But we also want to be very clear. Once this vote happens and goes to the Senate, we are expecting the Senate to take this vote up. And Leader Thune needs to do the right thing by the survivors and call for a vote immediately. In addition to that, we want to make it very clear to the president. He has been fighting this vote for months. After saying that he would release the files during the campaign, after his attorney general said the files were on her desk, he then flip-flops and has been doing everything in his power to stop the release of the files and stop justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sexual trafficking ring. But now the president, seeing a loss in the House, has flip-flopped. We're not going to forget his opposition. And we need to be clear-eyed that this new investigation that he has launched is likely another way of trying to stop the release of the files to the Congress, to the public, and for justice for the women and girls who have been fighting on this issue every day. I want to remind the president as well that he has the power to release the files today. He has the power to release the files without a vote. In fact, a few months ago, the Oversight Committee put in place a subpoena for all of the files through the Department of Justice, and still they have released nothing. And so at the end of the day, Donald Trump today can bring justice for the survivors, and he refuses to do so. It's important, and this is a message directly to Leader Thune. He needs to understand that this issue is bigger than what we're just doing here in the Congress. There are millions of girls and women that are watching our actions across the country and the world. There are millions that are survivors themselves of sexual abuse. There are millions that are being abused in their workplace or in their home. And they're watching us and asking, will our government, will our leaders actually do anything about this abuse? Or are they going to continue to hide and protect the men and abusers at the highest levels of government and power? And if the Epstein survivors who were abused by the most powerful cannot get justice, how can the millions of women and survivors across the country and world expect justice for themselves? And so this is a very important moment for the country. And lastly, I'll say this. I'm often asked, what's next? This is directly from the survivors, and I've been talking to them pretty regularly, including one just 2 days ago. They have all asked us to look where they believe the truth is, and that is in the financial and bank records of the most powerful financial institutions in this country that have the information and where the money was transferred from those powerful men who paid and were involved in the trafficking of these girls. So if you are the president of a bank, if you are a leader of a financial organization, and you are hiding information as it relates to justice for these women, the Oversight Committee is coming after those documents. Thank you.
News conference continuing, hearing from a couple of Democratic senators there talking about what they want to see come from this, urging the president to go ahead and release those files even without a vote. We do expect that vote to pass the House today. What happens next in the Senate is unclear. As that news conference was happening, we gave you a live look at the White House for the welcoming ceremony of the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who is now at the White House meeting with President Trump. We also expect to hear from them shortly inside the Oval Office. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to, so keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're continuing to take a look at this officer-involved shooting in the city of Orlando, where a SWAT team arrived to this tattoo shop, ended up shooting a man as they made it in the aftermath of someone coming out the door with an AK-47. Been a lot of questions about this. We recapped it just a little bit ago, but to help us kind of dive a little bit deeper and talk a little bit more about this is James Copenhaver, who's a former sheriff's detective and investigator, and he joins us live now via Zoom. And Jamie, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Good to be with you, Garrett.
So, Jamie, we are talking about this body camera video that was released yesterday, and I first just want to get your thoughts because I know we heard a snippet from you earlier about the importance of releasing this body camera video so soon after this incident?
Yeah, I mean, I have to give credit to Chief Smith over at the OPD for being transparent and fast tracking this body camera video, if you will, to try to settle the nerves of the community and show that the police were there. They did what they had to do, not what they wanted to do, Garrett, but what they were forced to do by these gun wielding guys that came out of the door.
And as we see this body camera video, you see it kind of framed here, highlighted the man who walked out the door, as we saw in the surveillance video that Fox 35 had exclusively obtained on Friday, that shows this man walking out the door, and then you see the SWAT team opening fire after that. And what we learned yesterday was it was a second person standing inside that doorway who was the one who ended up being shot. And so I'm just wondering, when you are just kind of the thinking and the response from these SWAT team members that we are seeing in this video here, when you respond to this situation and then moments later someone walks out or pops out that door with an AK-47.
I'm thankful for the body camera footage that was released, because it's going to show the people sitting at home that just have never worn the gun and badge or have eyewitnessed anything like this. It's going to show them here just how fast these happen. And I've got to tell you, over my career, I was trying to figure out how many search warrants I've written and executed over my career. It's hundreds. And you never know what's behind that door. I do want to point out, social media is on fire, as it always is. But before this warrant was executed by the Orlando SWAT team, they were ample notification and announcements before they made entry or attempted made entry, i.e. police with a search warrant, hands up, police with a search warrant. So they certainly knew the police were there, hence the guy running out the back door with the AK-47.
Now, we have heard from the mother of the man who was shot, who was, according to investigators, kind of standing inside that doorway there, say that police shot the wrong man, and police pointed out that he was armed as well. May not have been the one to kind of walk out the doorway with the gun, but they do believe he was armed as well. And I'm just curious, from an investigation standpoint, when you're looking at FDLE looking into the officer-involved shooting aspect of this now, how they might kind of come at this and look at this and see whether this was justified use of force, or whether these officers could face any trouble or discipline for striking someone who may not have been necessarily the intended target, even if they were armed.
Here's the short answer. FDLE is going to do a thorough investigation, but I want to back up for a moment. The individual that ran out with the AK-47 that was not shot fatally, he will be looking at murder charges based on his partner being shot by police. So, that's going to be wrangled out in the legal system to come, but I would look for murder charges on him based on his actions carrying out the attempted attack on the police. But here's the other thing too. Now, it's unconfirmed. I don't have any independent sources, but I'm being told the individual that was fatally shot by police possibly was in possession of a stolen handgun. And to further that, it's my understanding blood was located on that handgun. So, from FDLE standpoint, forensics is going to be crucial. They want to put that gun in the hands of the individual that was fatally shot by SWAT, to confirm that he, in fact, was armed during the search warrant, if that makes sense.
Now let's talk about the search warrant, because I know you talked about this is something that you have dealt with, who knows how many times. And I'm just curious what all goes into the planning and the execution of one of these, specifically when you're talking about a location that is public. I mean, you see the aerial view there. We're talking a tattoo shop that's in a strip mall along a pretty busy thoroughfare in the city of Orlando, in the northwest side of town there. And I'm just curious what all goes into the decision of where and when to kind of execute one of these warrants in a situation like this.
Yeah, a good point you made about a public building or facility. And I've done numerous search warrants at public buildings or businesses over my career. And, here's what goes into it. We know that the affidavit, it was about a 2-month-long investigation by the Orlando Police Department. It started out with an anonymous tipster who wanted to relay this information to the police. So, they took that information and rolled with it, if it will. They started doing surveillance. They started capturing what appeared to be drug transactions on surveillance videos. They were doing surveillance. And Garrett, essentially, they took that investigation and built up enough probable cause to have a judge review their affidavit for a search warrant, whereupon we know now that the judge signed off on that. So, not only did the Orlando Police Department think they had enough probable cause for a warrant, now you have a sitting judge who signed off on that warrant. So we're all good up to there, right? There's speculation out there that, it was a business. They shouldn't have done this during the business hours. Well, guess what? These guys were operating during normal business hours, which dictated their decision to execute that warrant when they did.
Is it one of those things where you try to look at the mitigating, factors to kind of mitigate risk and that kind of thing, but at the same time, if you got to go, you got to go?
Yeah, and not giving up any tradecraft secrets, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out. They've done surveillance up to the point of getting the warrant signed by the judge. But here's the caveat of that. In every search warrant that I authored and executed, we would have pre-surveillance of that location, meaning you would have a couple of undercover agents, if you will, doing surveillance of your target location, whether it's a business or a house. Here's the deal. You want to collect the intelligence to find out, number one, how many people may be in there? Do you see any guns? What's the traffic light? And here's the big kicker. Are they children in the house or the business? And I can tell you, had they been underage children in there, I would be hard pressed to say they would not have executed it while children were in that facility. They would avoid it. So pre-surveillance was key because they needed the intelligence before they went in and executed this warrant.
So what happens next, Jamie? And, kind of a couple different investigations. Obviously, the Orlando police continuing to look into the drug charges and that incident that sparked this to begin with. And meanwhile, FDLE looking at the officer-involved shooting aspect.
Yeah, we've seen these officer-involved shootings where FDLE has led that investigation. They're the state leaders in those investigations. So that's going to take some time. We've seen these up to a year. I don't think it'll take that long in this case. I think it's pretty much cut and dry. But once FDLE does that investigation, they're going to refer that over to the state attorney's office and potentially a grand jury to double check their work, if you will. After that, the Orlando Police Department Internal Affairs and Professional Standards Division will conduct an administrative investigation to make sure that everyone involved followed OPD policies. And then, you have the criminal element of this. We know we have multiple people involved, potentially multiple drug and gun charges. So those are going to be wrangled out in court. What I'm more interested to see is the fatally injured or the fatally shot individual that OPD shot. Is he going to be complicit and charged? The guy coming out with the AK-47, is he going to be complicit and charged with the death of his partner who got caught up in this? The statute's pretty clear on that. There's case law that if you go rob a bank and you're the getaway driver, you don't actually go into the store, and the robber shoots and kills someone, you can be charged with murder as well.
Some interesting things to watch there, that's for sure. James Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator. We always appreciate your perspective, and thanks so much for joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Always good to be with you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Volusia County schools are experimenting with using drones as a way to stop potential school shootings. The program is called the Guardian Angel program, and these are drones that can strike a person up to 70 miles per hour. Fox 35's Marley Capper has more on this program and what it could do.
We've been looking into how many drones each campus would need and how fast they could deploy in a threat. Take a look at this video. That's how hard a drone can hit a person at speeds topping 70 miles per hour. The district says the number of drones depends on the size and the layout of each school, so anywhere from 20 to 30 drones or even up to 100. Volusia County hasn't decided which school will get the drones first, but the program is called the Guardian Angel program, with drones able to launch within 5 seconds and reach a target in about 15.
Safety has changed so much over even just the past few years, the past several years. And so we see that even the past few years, adding in AI weapons detection cameras, adding in canines, and now we're to drones as the next layer.
While drones are stationed on campus, they would be flown remotely by pilots in Texas. If the test run succeeds in Volusia County, the program could expand statewide. The drones are also being tested at Leon and Brevard County schools.
And we are expecting to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood talking about this and the program, the drones, using those as a tool in preventing school shootings. Expect to hear from him coming up in the noon hour. We'll try to bring that to you live when he does speak and once we catch up with him there. Let me give you a live look right now along International Drive in Orlando. A couple of things going on. IAPA going on this week at the Orange County Convention Center. But we want to give you an update from something that happened this morning in the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, where we heard a concept floated about a public-private partnership between some local businesses and the county to speed up the construction of a pedestrian bridge along International Drive. This is something that has been a topic of discussion for years, specifically because of the danger of the intersection in question. But there have been a lot of things to iron out with this, and a lot of things that have slowed down the process in getting one of those pedestrian bridges put up in that area. Well, earlier today we heard from Josh Wallach, who is the owner, or the CEO rather, of Mango's Tropical Cafe along International Drive on one of the corners where that pedestrian bridge would be. He spoke today during public comment at the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, and here's what he said.
I'm here to speak today with you about a creative solution to partner with the county to accelerate, Joshua Wallach, 8050 International Drive, to accelerate a critical Orange County infrastructure project that is also very important to the International Drive community and our residents and visitors alike. This is the actual construction of the I-Drive Sand Lake pedestrian bridge, a transformative public safety initiative that will also enhance commerce, connectivity, and job growth within our community. Through meetings and discussions with county staff, I'm very pleased to share the concept of a potential public-private partnership to bring the I-Drive Sand Lake pedestrian bridge to reality. This is truly the most important infrastructure project within our tourist corridor, bringing a safety solution to what many feel may be the most dangerous intersection of Orange County. For example, there have been some 660 car accidents at this intersection in the last 3.5 years alone. The real challenge in the intersection, as you know, is the many, many pedestrians who have to cross multiple lanes of traffic in both directions, sometimes more than once, depending on their destinations. The bridge is designed to alleviate this problem and to get the pedestrians out of the intersection for their safety and the safety of drivers. Sand Lake Road would see less congestion, not having the I-Drive crosswalks at grade any longer. But the bridge can't do this unless it is actually built. For many years, progress has been hampered by various factors, but mainly by complex agreements among stakeholders who own the necessary property for construction of the bridge, that is, the four corners of the intersection, including our entity, which owns the Northeast Corridor. As discussed with county staff, I have agreed to take on the task of resolving these property ownership matters, among other obligations, in the first quarter of 2026. United in a public-private partnership for this purpose, we are a powerhouse, transforming this dangerous intersection into the iconic I-Drive Sand Lake pedestrian bridge, one that everyone will be proud of. As next steps, I ask the county staff to work with us on a memorandum of agreement, which will be submitted shortly and outline all details of the public-private partnership, along with everyone's responsibilities toward the end goal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wallach. We will be having additional conversations with our professional staff, and then ultimately we'll see if that makes it to the board for a conversation at a later date. But we do thank you for the partnership that we have with the businesses there on our drive. So
thank you,
look
Mayor.
forward to a solution.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays. All right, thank you.
That was earlier today in the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting. We also got into news today and confirmation that Waymo will begin driving its fully autonomous vehicles in Orlando in the coming weeks. This was an announcement today. Orlando, one of 4 other cities. So Orlando is one of 5 total cities that Waymo is going to begin these autonomous operations. They are starting in Miami, then Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Orlando. So several cities in Florida and in Texas. They are starting with Miami. We're told Orlando will be beginning in the coming weeks. This is something that they say is going to be a game changer and make driving safer in some ways. We caught up earlier today with Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer to get his reaction to this announcement today, and here's what he told us.
No, Waymo has a good record. They've been here. They let us know they were coming. They've been testing the routes and verifying different intersections and things like that for, I guess, probably 6 months or so. So you've probably seen a few Waymo vehicles. They identify themselves, but we're excited to have them, and sometime early next year they'll probably go live.
Were there any, Orlando's known for big events. Was that like a reason before you wanted to?
Yeah, we're very future ready here in Orlando. So having autonomous vehicles is something that we've always projected for the future of Orlando. And if you really think about it, having autonomous vehicles are actually safer than the ones driven by people that aren't great drivers.
Well, the future is now, or at least in just a couple of weeks. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to give you updates on a couple of high-profile cases, court cases that we are following. 53-year-old Dwayne Hall, an Ocala man, was arrested on charges of first-degree murder and kidnapping, made his first appearance in court this morning. Here's what we know about this case. A woman from the United Kingdom she was reported missing. She is now believed to be the victim in this homicide case out of Marion County. Her death was ruled a homicide. Investigators say they were able to link this suspect to the case after discovering that he had allegedly used the victim's credit cards. I want to take you inside court earlier today for that first appearance. Again, this was Dwayne Hall making that first appearance in Marion County Court just a little bit ago.
Good morning, sir. You've been arrested for kidnapping and homicide. I've reviewed your application for the services of the public defender. I do find you qualify for their services. I'm entering an order appointing them to represent you. And I'm now reviewing the probable cause affidavit. All right, the probable cause affidavit says homicide. The statute references first-degree murder. I do find probable cause for your arrest for kidnapping and homicide. I will note that I was the first appearance judge on your fraud charge, so I was already familiar with a large part of these facts before I saw this probable cause affidavit this morning. Does the state show a criminal history?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, I know we've had this conversation before, but please remind me how long you've lived in Marion County?
3 years.
Where did you live before that?
Tallahassee.
How long did you live in Tallahassee?
3 years.
Do you work?
I lost my job when I got arrested.
What type of work were you doing?
I was an emergency roadside technician.
Have you been in custody ever since you were arrested on the fraud charge?
Yes.
Do you have family here?
Yes.
Who is your family that's here?
My wife and mother-in-law.
Is the state requesting pretrial detention?
The state would move for no bond based on warrant.
All right. I agree under these circumstances that there is no condition of bond that would assure your presence in court to keep the community safe and the facts of this case. There is a large amount of evidence against you. Your bond is set at no bond. Your next court date is December 23rd at 9 a.m. Do you have any questions?
No.
Denied bond and due back in court in a little over a month just before Christmas. Now another hearing that we were monitoring today out of Osceola County, where Elijah Mackey appeared in court. He is charged with murder. He was an employee at a Checkers restaurant who's accused of shooting a customer over a dispute about an order. He is now charged with murder in that case, and here was his arraignment in Osceola County just a little bit ago.
So this is Elijah Mackey, case number 25 CF 1557. Counsel for the state.
Rachel Kleinpeter on behalf of the state of Florida.
Defense.
Attorney Matt Boomershine here for Attorney of Record Christina Headley.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Elijah Mackey.
And when's your birthday, sir?
July 9, 2001.
Mr. Mackey, the grand jury has returned an indictment charging you with first-degree murder with a firearm. It is a capital felony. As a capital felony, it is punishable by either life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or death, depending on whether the state files a notice to seek the death penalty. Counsel, how does your client plead?
Judge will enter a plea of not guilty and waive a formal reading of the charge.
Not guilty plea will be entered for the defendant. And council, let's talk about setting a date for trial in this case.
Speedy trial has been previously waived while we were pending on the second-degree murder, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's talk about a realistic date in a realistic date in 2026 when this case could reasonably go to trial. Defense, I'll start with you.
Well, Judge, I know that Ms. Headley has plans to take quite a few depositions in the case, and there's some expert witnesses that are likely to become involved. We anticipate some pretrial motions that will be significant and potentially dispositive. So I think if the court's inclined to set this out some time to let us do that, or we can set an earlier date as sort of a status checkpoint, whatever the court prefers.
State?
State would ask for a status hearing sometime in February.
And that's what I was inclined to do, set a status hearing so you all can see how far along you are. And I think later on you'll be able to give a more realistic date as you start to conclude your discovery.
And it'll prevent me from having to issue multiple rounds of subpoenas based on a trial date, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's set a status hearing date for February 18th. That's normally the pretrial conference date. Is that 9 o'clock time workable, or do you need a time, say, at 11:30 when the pretrial should be concluded for the...
That'd be great, Judge, if you don't mind setting it for 11:30 after you get through your pretrials. That'll allow us to come in and check right in with you.
Right, and then perhaps you can have a more meaningful discussion on where you are in terms of status. So February 18th at 11:30 for a status hearing on this case. And then after that, you might want to check in every 2 months just until you get closer to the end, and then it'll be at some point set for pretrial conference.
Thank you, Judge. We've had good communication with the state, and discovery is in motion, so we'll stay on top of that.
Sounds good. Then anything further from the state?
No, ma'am, that's all I have before the court may be excused.
You may from the defense?
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you, Judge. Good seeing you again. Have a good one. Your Honor.
Elijah Mackey appearing in court for that arraignment earlier today. Let me give you a live look right now at the U.S. House of Representatives. This is the floor of the House where lawmakers are coming back in. They had been in recess until about noon. We are expecting a vote today on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And you see the presiding officer right now just gaveling back into session. Let's go ahead and listen in for a minute at this noon hour and see what is getting ready to happen in the House.
Shakes the heavens and causes the earth to tremble. You who causes the sea to roar and the dry land to shudder. Shake us from our falseness and rekindle our desire to love and to serve you in faithfulness and truth. You own all that we value. You own the silver and the gold, the cravings of our hearts and the successes we achieve. All those things that we're inclined to place before our allegiance to you and deem more important than our obligation to steward this abundant wealth for the benefit of your creation. Fill this place with your spirit. With the might of your word, speak to us of your power and purpose, that there will be no doubt in our minds that you alone are our desire. Everything we want, that we need, and that we have been given by your hand, that we would turn our hearts and minds to you and dedicate our efforts to ensure that all the people we serve, your people, would have the assurance of your provision, even when the world around them trembles, and the upheaval of these times threatens their well-being. Lord of the whole earth, sea and sky, to you may we give our whole selves, that what we do on this day would reveal your power and provision for the children of your creation, the very people you have entrusted to our care. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for up to 15 one-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Schumer shutdown was proven irresponsible, achieving nothing, hurting American families.
Lawmakers having the chance to speak right now on a number of topics ahead of a vote expected around 2 o'clock this afternoon is when we expect the House vote on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Let me give you a live look right now where we expect shortly to hear from House Democratic leaders speaking about the vote and about a number of other things as well. So we will listen in on that and bring that to you live when it does begin. But a big topic on Capitol Hill today is that vote over the Epstein Files. We heard from a number of survivors and lawmakers at a news conference earlier this morning where Congressman Ro Khanna, a Democrat from California, was joined by 2 Republicans, Thomas Massie from Kentucky and Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia, who have been supportive of this discharge petition and the Epstein Files vote for a while now. Want to play for you right now when we heard from those lawmakers speaking at the news conference earlier today. Especially interesting when we get to hear from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has been a longtime supporter of President Trump, but has really faced a lot of criticism from him in recent days because of her stance on this. So I want to play this for you. This is from earlier today on Capitol Hill.
Today is the first day of real reckoning for the Epstein class. We're here to stand with forgotten and abandoned Americans against an Epstein class that had no regard for the rules or the laws. Look, this is one of the most horrific and disgusting corruption scandals in our country's history. You had Jeffrey Epstein, who literally set up an island of rape, a rape island. And you had rich and powerful men, some of the richest people in the world, who thought that they could hang out with bankers, buy off politicians, and abuse and rape America's girls with no consequence. Because survivors spoke up, because of their courage, the truth is finally going to come out. And when it comes out, this country is really going to have a moral reckoning. How did we allow this to happen? There should be no buildings named after people in this Epstein class. There should be no scholarships named after them. They shouldn't be enjoying the perks of being affiliated with corporations or universities or writing op-eds or being lionized. And many of the survivors will tell you some of these people still are celebrated in our society. That's disgusting.
That's Congressman Ro Khanna, a Democrat from California. We'll still get you back to this news conference from earlier today because I do want you to hear what Republicans Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene have to say. But I do right now want to get us live where we're hearing from House Democratic leadership ahead of this Epstein vote. So let's go ahead and listen in. This is live right now on Capitol Hill.
An example, in my district, Amy in Redlands is a small business owner. She told me that her health care would jump from $650 per month to $2,000 per month. Amy said she doesn't know if she'd be able to afford her living expenses, let alone this increase. Unfortunately, this is not a unique example around the country. As the richest nation in the world, we cannot allow this to happen. For years, Republicans have been hell-bent on repealing the Affordable Care Act, but have no replacement plan. Donald Trump and Republicans have already created a massive healthcare crisis in this country with their big ugly law, the largest healthcare cut in the United States history. By failing to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, Republicans will only exacerbate this. The time to act is now. We should get going to that. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. So Republicans have continued to attack health care.
They passed a law and enacted policies to make healthcare more expensive. They made deep cuts to Medicaid. There's a $500 billion cut slated for Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act is going to dramatically increase because of Republicans' attacks on healthcare. Yesterday, a Gallup poll came out showing that this is now weighing on American people's minds in a very big way. Nearly half of the American people, 47%, believe they cannot afford healthcare next year. And then Gallup asked a second question about drug prices, and 1 in 5 Americans say they or one of their family members can no longer afford prescription drugs. That is the highest that survey has ever recorded since they asked that question. And so we're asking Donald Trump Republicans to get serious and work with Democrats on bringing down healthcare costs instead of increasing healthcare costs. And nothing Republicans are doing this week is going to help reduce the cost of healthcare. We also know that other costs are rising. And so they put out a statistic about consumer price index changes to groceries from January to September of this year. It shows that coffee increased 15.3%, ground beef increased 14.2%, and bananas increased 7.9%. So Trump's tariffs and the rubber stamp Republican House members are increasing costs at grocery stores as well. We recently saw that the Trump administration is going to lower tariffs on some grocery items. That is finally an acknowledgement that Donald Trump has been lying to American people all along. Tariffs, in fact, are not paid by foreign countries. They're paid by Americans. That's why grocery prices have gone up, and that's why they're going to continue to go up, because most tariffs are still on a lot of grocery items and a lot of products. We're asking Donald Trump to stop these tax increases on Americans and deal with affordability, which is at the top of Americans' minds.
Questions? Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know as chairman, you really focus on keeping, family business in-house. You often talk about having family conversations, in caucus meeting. But yesterday on the House floor, we saw, some really intense conversations between, members of the caucus lobbying, their frustration at Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez for the Garcia disapproval resolution. I'm curious, with this vote coming up, is this an episode that House Democrats can naturally move on from and get back to talking about affordability and healthcare and all of the things that you want to talk about? Or will there be some residue that you all will need to work behind the scenes to address before going forward?
Well, I always respect that members have different viewpoints on issues. That's the difference between the Democratic caucus and the Republican conference. We're a coalition. We're a community. We're not a cult. We all just don't have one view if one person says we have a view. All that said, we disagree with the resolution that's being offered, and we should be talking about issues that affect the American people, including the healthcare crisis and the affordability crisis that we're in. All that said, this did not come up in caucus. This was not raised by any member in caucus. So we are all on the same page. We know what is in front of us. We also know the ridiculousness of the Republican calendar. They called us back, big show of having 5 days in session this week. We're voting on rehashed items from years past. This is the ghost of Christmas past coming back. CRAs and resolutions that have no basis in helping the American people. That should be our guiding point. That should be the focus of what we're doing here. And I don't think that's lost on the Democratic caucus. We're united. We're focused. We also know that in 50 weeks we'll have a true test of where we are, and we need to keep our eye on that ball and make positive change for the American people, and that can only happen with true accountability and oversight that we will do when we were in the majority. Eric?
Can you comment more on this idea of $2,000 rebate checks that they're talking about at the White House? Would you guys support that in any way?
I think it's incredibly clear. We have supported rebate checks. We could talk about the child tax credit and making the child tax credit refundable, which is what we did when Democrats were in control. We aren't new to this. There are tried and true strategies that put money in people's pockets quickly. so families can use it. What they are talking now is strictly a diversionary tactic because, and a reaction to the past election where they got crushed on affordability, and now they're trying to overcompensate. As the vice chair mentioned, these tariffs are a direct tax on the American people. And now they think the American people aren't paying attention enough to say, oh, well, you're going to give us a small rebate check while charging us thousands of dollars in increased costs. The American people are smarter than that. The American people see through that, and we will continue to talk about the affordability crisis that this president has perpetuated, not inherited. He has perpetuated this by adding costs, adding tariffs to the American people. That is real. That is not theoretical. He is placing these costs on the American people and then taking a small portion of the revenue that's raised and trying to give it to farmers to not be upset with him, or potentially, as you're talking about, giving it directly to the American people to hope that they thank him for it after fleecing them for the past 10 months. Eleanor?
What do you make of the reception that the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince is getting in Washington this week? And are Democrats at all concerned about having more nuclear cooperation with Saudi Arabia?
Look, we look forward to further cooperation with countries and appreciate hosting world leaders to the Capitol and to D.C. There are concerns that have been raised in the past, and I don't think that we should, whitewash some of those concerns. So I appreciate that the Senate is having meetings potentially, and I know there are meetings in the House potentially tomorrow. This should serve as an opportunity to work with world leaders on issues that we agree with, while not ignoring issues and concerns that we have between our countries. But I hope that we can continue to have positive dialogue that includes not just the executive, but the first branch of government. Nick?
I want to ask about discharge petitions, since you have some experience with that. What is it about this Congress that is making discharge petitions more successful?
It's a good question. I'm not gonna give you the secret sauce of how a discharge petition becomes successful, but I think that you have to have kind of a strength and resolve among those members advocating for it. Obviously, in a bipartisan nature. If you want to be successful, have a bipartisan group of members leading something who have a working relationship with each other, but also have the credibility to reach out to their colleagues to talk about delivering a solution. But I don't think it's lost on us that some of these discharge petitions moving forward are advocated by folks who just made significant health care cuts. And now they are trying to get right by their voters and their folks. I understand that. I understand there's different viewpoints, and some of these pieces of legislation have a lot in them. But we should be very clear with the American people that Republicans, lock, stock, and barrel, have voted for the largest cut to health care across the country. And so sending a letter to the speaker or putting out a press release or leading on a discharge petition doesn't inoculate you from the votes that you've made to cut health care from people. You may be trying to solve one piece of this, but that doesn't gloss over your voting record. And it's our job to tell that truth to folks.
My view of why there's been so many discharge petitions and successful ones is because of failed Republican House leadership. A discharge petition is an end run around the speaker and around Republican leadership. And when Republican leadership is protecting pedophiles, you're going to have Democrats, Republicans going, that's insane. You cannot do that. And that's why this discharge petition was successful. And because Republican House leadership is out of step with the overwhelming majority of the American people, that's why you're seeing these discharge petitions being filed and why some of them are succeeding.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the House, and I know neither of you are on this committee, but the House Administration Committee.
House Democratic Caucus leaders speaking right now, answering a number of questions, talking about some things here. Ahead of the vote this afternoon, about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now, where we expect the House to vote on the release of the Epstein files resulting from one of those discharge petitions that they were just asked about. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us. The big story today on Capitol Hill is the Epstein Files and the vote that is expected in the next couple of hours resulting from a discharge position and urging for the release of those files. I had to dump out of a news conference that we were playing for you to get you live to the House Democratic Caucus news conference. They're talking about a number of other things. And so I want to go back to that news conference where we heard from several lawmakers talking about the process to get to this point. And again, I set it up a few minutes ago, but we're going to hear from Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Both of them are Republican members of Congress who have really stood up and been vocal about this from the beginning. Here is what they had to say at that news conference, surrounded by a number of Epstein abuse survivors.
I want to start by thanking the survivors. I mean, they're giving everybody hope in this country. There are survivors of other sex crimes in this country wondering if they should come forward. They're clouded with shame and concerned that law enforcement will do nothing. And these survivors have stepped forth, taking that same risk, worried that they will be defamed themselves. They have been defamed for stepping forward, but we're going to get justice for them. That's going to happen today in the People's House. The founders set up our government with 3 branches and 2 branches of Congress. And I don't think it's any coincidence that this fight is being started and it's being won in the House of Representatives. I have people, other survivors of other sex crimes, who come to me and say, thank you, you give me hope, you give us hope. There is hope here. We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the Speaker of the House, and the vice president to get this win. But they're on our side today, though. So let's give them some credit as well. They are finally on the side of justice. And as Rose said, don't muck it up in the Senate. Don't get too cute. We're all paying attention. If you want to add some additional protections for these survivors, go for it. But if you do anything that prevents any disclosure, you are not for the people and you are not part of this effort. Do not muck it up in the Senate. So with that, I just want to say I am hopeful too. I didn't know that we would succeed when Roe and I started this effort. Most discharge petitions never make it, maybe only 4%. So we had long odds, but we had some brave women on the Republican side. My colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of them who's here with us today. You cannot even imagine the consequences that they have suffered. My colleague Lauren Boebert and my colleague Nancy Mace, they stood so strong. They put their names on a document in here, and then they were pressured in ways that you cannot even imagine, and they stood strong. And that's why we're here today. And they didn't take us seriously over at the executive branch or in the Senate, because they always thought they could flip one of these women. They could convince them or cajole them or intimidate them into taking their names off of this petition. But they did not succeed. This is a victory for those women and women all over the country today, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. With that, I want to introduce my colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes, Marjorie. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Roe. I woke up this morning and I turned to my weather app to check the temperature, and it was 32 degrees. And my first thought was, hell has froze over. I want to speak goodness and love and hope into the women standing behind me and all of the other survivors whose names you don't even know, but stand with these women. They are survivors, and they are strong, and they are courageous, and they are daughters of God. They are not victims. These women have fought the most horrific fight that no woman should have to fight, and they did it by banding together and never giving up. And that's what we did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this vote happen today. I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me. And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people whom we serve as representatives here in Congress demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein Files, but the real fight will happen after that. While I want to see every single name released so that these women don't have to live in fear and intimidation, which is something I've had a small taste of in just the past few days. Living it for years. But the real test will be, will the Department of Justice release the files? Or will it all remain tied up in investigations? Will the CIA release the files? Will a judge in New York release the information? That's information that needs to come out. And will the list of names that these women privately hold, and they hold it because of their fear in their heart of what would happen to them if they release it on their own, will that list of names come out? That's the real test. So I want to thank Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna for your bravery in doing something that is much needed in America, crossing the political aisle that has become bigger than the Grand Canyon in America. But these men crossed that aisle on behalf of these women. And that is more of what is needed today in America than ever in our history.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, speaking earlier today, and as you heard, predicting a potentially unanimous vote when it comes to the Epstein Files and the release of those, that discharge petition vote in the House later today. We are standing by awaiting remarks from President Trump in the Oval Office as he meets with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who arrived just a little bit ago, about an hour ago or so. We brought you some of that ceremony outside the White House live here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a quick break here right now on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live inside the Oval Office of the White House. President Trump meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Speaking right now, just began speaking about a moment ago. We expect to hear from him and from the Crown Prince, and then hopefully allow reporters to ask some questions as well. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
The United States is right now the hottest country in the world. And between the tariffs and the election, November 5th election, we've done things that nobody can believe. $21 trillion will be the amount invested in the United States or committed to invest in 1 year. So I'm here 9 months. We're up to almost $18 trillion. Biden, as an example, the Biden administration, if you call it that, it's not, to me, it was the Biden lack of administration. They were less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to be $21 trillion for 1 year. I think that's hard to believe. The biggest in history was a certain country, $3 trillion. We're going to be $21 trillion. On top of that, prices are coming down. We inherited a mess with high prices, the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation that was a single 4 years, the worst inflation in the history of the United States. Gas prices through the roof, and that's after destroying our petroleum reserve, which was meant for wars and big emergencies, not to try and win an election. They opened up the reserve so that people get $3 less in gasoline, and it didn't work. They got about 3 cents less, because as big as those reserves are, they're peanuts when you're talking about that kind of traffic. And we're rebuilding the reserves. We're doing all of this, and we've done a job. We're also bringing down prices very substantially, and we've already brought them down very, very substantially. Gasoline is way down. I think you'll be seeing $2 gasoline, but we're now at $2.50, $2.45. Some are lower than that. It was $4.50, $5, $6, $3.50, $3.75, under Biden, all different numbers, but way high. And we have energy way down. But the biggest thing to me, because I know what it means in jobs, is the fact that we're at over $17 trillion, Scott, and we expect to be around $21 trillion in 1 year. And that's many times bigger than in history. The highest number was $3 trillion. And we're going to be at $21 trillion. That means new plants, new AI, new auto plants. We have auto plants coming in from Canada, from Mexico, from Germany, from Japan. Toyota just agreed to invest $10 billion on new auto plants, all American workers. We've never been in a position like this. You can go back to the beginning. Our country has never been in a position like this. And it really is because of the fact that we use tariffs to bring all this money in. And you're going to see the results in a year when these plants start to open up. We have more plants under construction now than at any time in the history of our country. And these are big plants. These are the biggest plants anywhere in the world. And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. And because he's my friend, he might make it $1 trillion, but I'm going to have to work on him. But it's 600. We can count on 600 billion, but that number could go up a little bit higher, yes, or I don't know. We'll see. But we appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion, and that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street, and what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs. We have a lot of jobs. So I just want to thank you. We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue. I think we've done a great job in wiping out the nuclear capacity of Iran. Nobody else could have done that. No other president would have done it. We had the pilots in the Oval Office right here. We were celebrating a very successful attack. So I had them in with that beautiful B-2 bomber that's over there. And they said, sir, for 22 years, we practiced this attack. Our predecessors, these were very young guys, so 22 years, they said our predecessors and us practiced the attack on Iran, but no president ever gave us the go-ahead. 3 times a year they went out and they practiced the attack. Nobody let us do it until you came along, and I let them do it because it was the right thing to do. You can't have a nuclear Iran. And so we put you in a very good position. But I just want to say it's an honor to be your friend, and it's an honor that you're here. And if you'd like to say a few words, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This relation has been a relation for about 9 decades, and we've been working together for a long time. But today it's a very important time in our history because there is also a lot of things that we're working in the future. We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President, is really creating a lot of good things and good foundation to create more economic growth, more business in America. And it will also your work for the world peace. I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas in technology, in AI, in earth materials, magnet, etc., that will create a lot of investment opportunities.
So you are doing that now. You're saying to me now that the $600 billion will be $1 trillion.
Definitely, because what we are signing, it will facilitate that, and we
I like
will
that
do
very
on
much.
it.
Go ahead.
He works hard.
No, that's great. I appreciate that. That's great. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever done. And in all fairness, if you didn't see potential in the U.S., you wouldn't be doing that.
Definitely.
You don't want to lose money.
As you said, Mr. President, it's the most hottest country in the planet. But what you're creating is not about opportunity today. It's about also long-term opportunity in the United States of America that will affect American economy positively in the next coming decades. Preparing the right foundation of emerging technologies, that's a game changer for America in a good way, and we want to be part of it.
Yeah, we're doing really well. And this, you don't see what we're doing so much because we have, although the construction industry sees it. If you look at Caterpillar, who's been incredible, the tractors, everything else, the numbers that we're doing in construction are unbelievable. Some of the plants that we're building, AI, and they're building their own electric with the plant. I gave them the right to build their own electric with the plant because no country, frankly, will have this. China's working very hard to produce enough electric, but we're beating China substantially at AI, which is a big thing. And we had a great meeting 2 weeks ago with President Xi, but on AI, we're doing well. And I have a man, David Rommel.
Yes, sir.
David, could you say a few words about what you're seeing on the job front and all of the some of the assets, and also how we've been helped by the Saudis in terms of the kind of investment they've made, please.
Yeah, most certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a facility leader for GE Vernova, and if you look at the landscape for GE Vernova investment, over $750 million in the U.S. focused on true manufacturing jobs here stateside. We're looking at tripling the output of our Greenville, South Carolina facility, where we make the gas turbines that are supporting U.S. needs as well as the Saudi Arabia needs.
Right.
Vernova, as we try to scale capacity to be able to meet this demand. Along with that, we're partnering with local communities to build the skill set that's required to meet these capacity needs. So that talent pipeline is incredibly important. So it's real jobs in the manufacturing space.
Well, you've been great, and thank you very much. And we love that state. I won that state by record numbers. I won a lot of states by record. Texas, a lot of them by Indiana. We're working with Indiana or something right now. We won that. We won a lot of them by records, but that was one of them. I want to thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you. So just in wrapping up, we'll take a couple of questions, but I want to just tell you what an honor it is to be your friend. And I very much appreciate the investment of now $1 trillion, okay? I'm glad you got that out. I didn't want to be the one to tell them, but that's great news.
We keep increasing, Mr. President.
I know.
Each time the opportunities are just increasing more and more.
Well, the opportunities, right? We're doing better. Even if you look back 6 months ago, I mean, now all of a sudden you feel even better. So, and I think we're only going to go in one way. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. President, have you approved the export licenses for advanced chips to Saudi Arabia? The export licenses?
We are working on that. We're negotiating that right now. Marco, do you want to talk about that, or Scott?
Well, I mean, that's part of what we may have announcements on that later today. But that's what we've been working on is the mechanics by which something like that could be achieved. And it's part of the broader process, part of this broader engagement and cooperation between our two countries.
Certain levels of chips. Yeah.
For the Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness, you're talking about $1 trillion of investment. Could the kingdom continue to do that with oil prices in the mid-60s?
Yeah, we are not creating fake opportunities to, please America, please President Trump. It's real opportunities. For example, when you ask about the AI and the chips, Saudi Arabia have a huge demand of, a huge need of computing power, and we're going to spend in the short term around $50 billion by consuming those semiconductors for our needs in Saudi Arabia. And with the agreement that we're going to have with North America, that will allow us to focus that consuming power in the short term by $50 billion from North America, and long term with hundreds of $billions in the long term. So there is a lot of real opportunities that fit to our needs in Saudi Arabia and fit to our investment strategy.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office. Why should Americans trust you? And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You're with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the worst in the business. But I'll answer your question. I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in $21 trillion, that I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
Just yes, Mr. President,
please,
you allow me to answer. I feel painful about the families of 9/11 in America, but we have to focus on reality. Reality based on CIA documents and based on a lot of documents that Osama bin Laden, he used Saudi people in that event for one main purpose, is to destroy this relation, to destroy the American-Saudi relation. That's the purpose of 9/11. So whoever buying that means they are helping Osama bin Laden's purpose of destroying this relation. He knows that strong relation between America and Saudi Arabia, it's bad for extremism, it's bad for terrorism. And we have to approve him wrong and to build our relation, continue developing our relation. It's critical in the safety of the world. It's critical against extremism and terrorism. About the journalists, it's really painful to hear, anyone that been losing his life for, no real purpose or not in a legal way, and it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps of investigation, etc., in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that, and it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. The Crown Prince has been instrumental in helping lifting the sanctions on Syria. Will there be any joint investment between the U.S. and Syria? And will you visit Damascus?
Are you from Syria?
No, but
Where are you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Oh, making a lot of progress, huh? Very good. Well, they like me. The Palestinians like me. The Palestinians are doing very well, actually. I think we're working very closely with a lot of people to make everybody happy, including Israel, the Palestinians, and everybody. That's very interesting. No, I think that I will tell you, the Crown Prince called me, and he specifically asked me if I would lift the sanctions on Syria, because he wants to see Syria make it. As you know, the leader of Syria was just here. We had a great meeting, and he's a strong guy, and I guess you need a strong person to run it. And I think Syria's made tremendous progress. We did lift the sanctions at the request of the Crown Prince. Also, the president of Turkey, Erdogan, called me specifically. He said, if you don't lift the sanctions, Syria doesn't have a chance. If you do, they have a very good chance. And between the two of them and some others, I lifted the sanctions. And the results so far have been pretty good.
Mr. President, can I ask you a question about the F-35s that are being sold to Saudi Arabia? Are these the same ones that are being used by the Israeli military? And if so, how does that allow for the qualitative military edge for Israel? And then I want to ask you, because you brought up the plight of the Palestinians, are you aware of relocation flights to South Africa that are taking place right now?
Which flights?
There are relocation flights that are taking place. Some Palestinians are being charged up to $2,000
I'm not going to South Africa for the G20 because I think their policies on the extermination of people are unacceptable. So I'm not going, so I won't refer to anything having to do with South Africa. South Africa has behaved extremely badly. But I will say that when you look at the F-35 and you're asking me, is it the same? I think it's going to be pretty similar, yeah.
How will that
This is a great ally, and Israel's a great ally. And I know they'd like you to get planes of reduced caliber. I don't think that makes you too happy. They've been a great ally. Israel's been a great ally. And we're looking at that exactly right now. But as far as I'm concerned, I think they are both at a level where they should get top of the line. Yes, please.
Can I just quickly ask for the Crown Prince, if I could just ask about the direct talks between U.S.
That's all right. Steve, 1 second. Go ahead.
Have you reached an agreement on a U.S.-Saudi defense treaty today?
And are you going to bring up the Abraham Accords in your discussion?
I already brought them up.
What did you say?
I think I got a positive response. Would you like to respond?
Yeah, so
put you on the spot.
yeah, so definitely we believe having a good relation with all Middle Eastern countries is a good thing, and we want to be part of the Ibrahim Accord, but we want also to be sure that we secure a clear path of two-state solution. And today we have a healthy discussion with Mr. President that we're going to work on that to be sure that we can prepare the right situation as soon as possible to have that.
I think we're, I don't want to use the word commitment, but we've had a very good talk on the Abraham Accords. We talked about one state, two state. We talked about a lot of things in a short period of time. We'll be discussing it further, too. But I think you have a very good feeling toward the Abraham Accords.
Yes, definitely, Mr. President. We want peace for the Israelis. We want peace for the Palestinians. We want them to coexist peacefully in the region. And we will do our best to reach that date.
And the defense agreement, have you reached agreement on that?
Continuing to listen to President Trump and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia answer questions from reporters right now live inside the Oval Office. Listening in there to see what that next question was going to be. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and more to come.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. A couple of things we are monitoring at this hour as we approach 1 o'clock. You're looking live inside the White House, President Donald Trump and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, we're hearing some debate on the floor about the discharge petition to release the Epstein Files. We just heard from Congressman Thomas Massie. Let's go ahead and listen in live as Marjorie Taylor Greene speaks live right now on the House floor.
Sexual abuse and sex trafficking told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI, and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement, and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here. And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites. They do not have someone paying for their airline tickets or paying for their trips or paying for their expenses every time they try to do something to get this information out. These are your average Americans. And you want to know what the Epstein files represent, the cover-up represents to average Americans? It represents the failures of the federal government and Congress to the American people. And that is what people rose up about in 2024. They wanted and demanded transparency from their government and for Americans finally to be put first. And today, with this vote, we are finally putting these victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States of America, but to other countries as well. We're putting them last. And that is exactly what Americans want. You see, for far too long, Americans have been put last. And they're sick of it. They're sick and tired of it. And this is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. And here's the problem. All of these women who have suffered in shame for years and years and years, women who were terrified, women who were intimidated, women who were threatened, just like Virginia Giuffre. And now she's dead. And these women should have never faced that, for this information to come out. And we, especially the 4 Republican members of the House of Representatives, we should have never faced intimidation and threats for us to get this vote to come to the floor. Never forget, there were 4. Thomas Massey, myself, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. We had to sign a discharge petition, and we had to fight through intimidation, and we had to endure it for months to push that discharge petition finally to 218 to get this vote to come out. This is what the American people are sick of, and rightfully so. Now, where does this go from here? The question will remain, will the Department of Justice release all the information? Will a judge in New York release the information? Will the CIA release the information? And will foreign governments release their information? Or will this continue after this vote today be a cover-up? A cover-up of the rich, powerful elites that bond together in sex and human trafficking abuse and all types of global business that enriches them but never serves Americans. The American people will know, and the victims, actually the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, will know, because they know the list of names. And I remain dedicated to my promise to read those names here on the House floor if those women ever find them in a place that it needs to be done. I yield back to Mr.
Gentlelady
Massey.
from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Debate continues on the House floor right now. We've got to get one more break in this hour here on Fox Local. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back after this with more live coverage here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back live now to the Oval Office, where we're hearing from President Donald Trump meeting with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and answering questions from reporters. Go ahead and listen in.
It's as good as it can. I don't think it can get much better. We have a country that trusts us, and that's why they make that investment. If they didn't trust us, they couldn't make that investment. And we trust them. They've been very reliable. Now I rebuilt our military in my first term, and we spent trillions of dollars, and we gave away some of it in Afghanistan stupidly because we had stupid people running our country. But we gave away. But that's as much as it was. It's a tiny fraction of what we put here, and we're bringing our military to a new level, the highest level ever. We have those plans are going out, and again, it's all American jobs and everything, so it's good for a lot of reasons. But as far as Saudi is concerned, no, I don't think our relationship could be better. I don't think they had a great relationship under Biden, and I don't think they had a great relationship under Obama. But they have a great relationship under Trump. When we did the Presidential Walk of Fame, you saw that, right? And we're walking, and I asked the Crown Prince, so outside of Trump, because I blow everyone away, who was the best president for Saudi Arabia? And you could maybe, it's an interesting answer, I don't know.
Roosevelt, who started it, which is a Democrat, and Reagan, he's one of the historical presidents that have close ties with Saudi Arabia. But we've worked with all presidents.
Does Trump blow them all away?
No, it's another league, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
and Trump doesn't give a fist pump. I grabbed that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand's been. I grabbed that hand. When remember Biden? He travels for 20 hours, gets out, and he gives a fist bump. No. When you get out of the plane and you got the future king and the man who's one of the most respected people in the world, you shake his hand. You don't give him a fist bump, right? We don't want to ask you about that, but I can't imagine you were thrilled. You were like a little bit surprised. He's a fantastic guy. You don't do that. Yeah, please.
we're getting closer to the end of the year. Have you started the interviews for the Fed chair?
Yes.
Who have you interviewed?
I think I already know my choice.
Who is it?
Well, I liked him, but he's not going to take the job. He refused. You like Treasury better, right?
Much better, sir.
So we are talking to various people, and frankly, I'd love to get the guy currently in there out right now. But people are holding me back. He's done a terrible job, hurting housing a little bit. The truth is, we've been so successful, we've blown past his interest rate stupidity. He's been wrong. That's why I call him too late. He's too late. Jerome Too Late Powell. He was recommended to me by a guy that made a bad choice, and it's too bad. But despite that, it's having very little impact because we have all of these things happening. But it has an impact on housing to a certain extent. He's a fool. He's a stupid man. But we have some very good people.
Yes, sir. You'll be sitting down with them in the near future, and
we have some surprising names, and we have some standard names that everybody's talking about. And we may go the standard way. It's nice to every once in a while go politically correct. But we have some great names. Steve,
have you talked to the president of Maduro of Venezuela yet? Are you still open to that?
He wants to talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm open to talk. I talk to everybody. But no, he wants to. They treated us very badly. They sent all of their prison population into the United States, and we're getting them out rapidly. But he sent all of his, and he sends drugs into the United States and other things. No, he treated us badly. He was dealing with a bad president, and he was able to get away. We have now, I think we have the strongest borders anywhere in the world. Nobody's coming in unless they come in legally. We're taking very weak borders where millions of people came in. For the last 6 months, I don't do these reports. They say 0 people have been able to come in. Is that pretty good?
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein Files? Why not just do it now?
It's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. it's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC. You're going to psych it. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. As far as the Epstein Files is, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. But I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did. Andrew Weissman, I hear. All these guys were friends of his. You don't even talk about those people. You just keep going on the Epstein Files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, zero, no money to me. But he gave money to Democrats. And people are wise to your hoax. And ABC's, your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it now?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that, because I think when you come in and when you're 97% negative to Trump, and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible, and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with him all the time. That creep of the fund guy was with him all the time. What's his name? Who? Reid Hoffman. I don't know Reid Hoffman, but I know he spends a lot of money on the radical left. Reid Hoffman, in my opinion, should be under investigation. He's a sleazebag. And those are the people, but they don't get any press, they don't get any news, and you're not after the radical left because you're a radical left network. But I think the way you ask a question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. You ought to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you. Who else has a question?
Prince, very quickly, I want to ask you, how much money is Saudi Arabia giving for Gaza reconstruction?
Well, we are in discussion about that. Still, there is no amount being
It'll be a lot.
named, but we will definitely help.
Yeah, he's going to. It's very important to him.
And a quick follow-up: the International Security Force. Given your pledge, there would be no U.S. boots on the ground. What is the U.S. role going to be in that? And how do you sort of ratify the allegations that this could undermine Palestinian sovereignty and even the path to statehood?
Look, I think we're going to get along great with the Palestinians, and we know their leadership. We just had a very, you hate to say war, but it was a war. Very, very successful. And you could say, really, it was on behalf of everybody. We did that on behalf of everybody. And the outcome was extraordinary because we had the best pilots, the best equipment, the best planes, the best everything. And Israel bought the best equipment. They bought it from us. Everything's from us. It all starts here. This office, I was talking to the Crown Prince a little while. You walk into this office, for somebody from the outside, the Oval Office, it's the most powerful place in the world. You're standing right now in the most powerful place in the world. And no matter how big you are, these are the biggest people, the richest people. They walk into this office. It's special, isn't it? Look at him. He's so happy to be here. But you walk into this office. It's the Oval Office. And we've done a lot of good with this office. I've stopped actually 8 wars. I appreciated your question before. But I've actually stopped 8 wars. I have another one to go with Putin. I'm a little surprised at Putin. It's taken longer than I thought. But we stopped India and Pakistan. I could go through the list. You know the list better than I do. I'm very proud. And I stopped one that was almost ready to start again. You know, there was one that was ready to start. And they're doing very well. So and it all took place right here in the Oval Office, whether by telephone or whether by they came in. Many of these leaders have come in, and they signed their peace deals right here in the Oval Office. So no matter if it's the biggest business people in the world or the greatest leaders in the world, the biggest leaders in the world. Like the gentleman on my right, everybody walks into the Oval Office and they say, wow. And now, by the way, the Oval Office is in the kind of condition that it should be in. Whether you look at the walk or the marble floors or anything down the road, we're fixing the White House. We're building one of the greatest ballrooms ever to be built. You know, we have an event tonight, and we're going to have about 118 people because we have a very small room. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom, and now you're going to get a great ballroom. And I have to say, I probably made a lot of enemies because in your honor, we're having a dinner tonight, a beautiful dinner tonight, and we have a very small room, right? It's called the East Room, and it's beautiful, it's lovely, but it's like for a little cocktail before you go into a ballroom. It's a very small room. They've wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. We could have sold the big ballroom out 3 times in honor of this gentleman. So I made a lot of enemies because I have a lot of people that are invited tonight or are unable to come because of the size constraint. But you know what we'll do before I leave office? We'll have another dinner because we'll have it ready long before I leave office, and it's going to be beautiful. It's a very popular thing what we're doing. And by the way, no government funds. It's all put up private money, all private money. And in the case, I think there's a restriction on foreigners. Otherwise, I could have asked you just for a check, okay? But there's a restriction. These are all private individuals that put up a lot of money to build the ballroom. Not one penny is being used from the federal government. So it's really a nice thing. But I look forward to it. I just pointed it out. This would be a perfect night to have that ballroom open, Susie. If we had that open, we'd have a lot of people very happy. Right now, we have a lot of unhappy people because they all want to be with us tonight to honor this great man. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
President Trump and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia taking questions from reporters. You saw the reaction from the president when he was asked about the Epstein Files and the pending vote in the U.S. House that we expect in about an hour from now on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. Was not happy about the question that he was asked, threatening to pull the FCC license of ABC, even as he was speaking to that reporter. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus, and it looks like our live stream there has just frozen. I was trying to bring you some public comment in a hearing out of Tallahassee. There are a number of hearings going on today. Been having trouble with some of those video feeds throughout the day. A number of them that we are tracking, including 2 going on right now. One of them is the Florida House Student Academic Success Subcommittee. In fact, it looks like our stream is up and running. We're hearing public comment on HB 127, which would require the demonstration of proficiency in cursive writing. So right now, cursive writing is already part of the state of Florida's educational standards. This would put that into law, requiring it for elementary schoolers and then requiring that they be proficient in it with some sort of assessment by the time they are in 5th grade. So that is one of the things that we are seeing discussed right now in this committee in Tallahassee. Getting ready to hear some debate among the members of this committee. So let's go ahead and listen in live from Tallahassee. Oh, and it looks like the live feed there has ended. So again, like I said, the legislature video feeds today are having all kinds of issues, so I will try to keep monitoring that. That's one of the things that we are keeping an eye on. Another one, it looks like our feed has frozen on that as well, but the Florida Senate Children, Families, and Elder Affairs Committee is having a panel discussion right now about statewide domestic violence programs. But one of the things that was discussed earlier was a bill about liability for the death of unborn children. This was a PCS, a committee substitute for HB 289, which is a civil liability for the wrongful death of an unborn child. Essentially, it would expand Florida's existing Wrongful Death Act to allow parents of an unborn child to sue for monetary damages from a person responsible for the unborn child's death. And there are a number of implications of this and some reasons that it has faced some criticism from opponents as well. During the committee meeting earlier today, we heard some questions asked about potential liability when it comes to cases of surrogacy and abortion. Here's a little bit of that exchange earlier today in Tallahassee.
I want to kind of talk through and ask some questions about some unintended consequences that this bill may have. I specifically want to look at a surrogacy.
Representative Tendrich.
Surrogacy.
Representative
because I am old enough to remember in last session, I believe on the floor that you confirmed that a surrogate could be sued under this amending of the wrongful death. So my instant question is, if a surrogate loses a pregnancy, could a wrongful death action for damages be brought against the surrogate by the biological father?
You're recognized.
Let's clarify, if we can, what you're asking. Are you saying that the loss of the pregnancy was due to a wrongful act, negligence, breach of contract, or breach of warranty?
So,
you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you and I both know, we're both practitioners. Sometimes when folks file a lawsuit, they don't know, they will assert that it could be negligent. They will assert that it could be wrongful actions. And sometimes within the discovery phase of an action, you will find out it was maybe a breach of contract, or it was at no fault of their own. It was just an accident. So my instant question is, and I think that it's very clear, could an action, period, whether it's a wrongful death action, whether it's a negligence action, breach of warranty, breach of contract, could an action under your bill be brought against the surrogate by the biological father?
You're recognized.
So I want to, what you just said there is
okay.
2 separate things. So I want to be clear about that. So you said a wrongful death action or negligence, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Those items, wrongful act, negligence, breach of contract, breach of warranty, are the 4 types of wrongful action that can lead to an action under the Wrongful Death Act. So if what you're describing is one of those types of conduct, then yes, this bill could apply. But those are not separate entities elsewhere in tort law. Those are the definitions under the Wrongful Death Act.
Do you have a follow-up?
I do. I have several.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the explanation. Taking me back to first year of torts, so I do understand what you're talking about. So thank you. I'm going to move on to another concern that I had, and this is something that we had a robust discussion about last session. So I'm thinking about this bill, and I'm thinking about this application, and I'm asking it again this year because I don't believe I got a satisfactory answer. Would this bill allow for civil lawsuits for damages against friends or family members who maybe potentially help one of their loved ones access abortion care? We're not talking about the provider. We're talking about the mother. We're talking about if someone were to assist someone by driving them, by sitting with them at the doctor's office, facilitating the appointment. I'm giving you all the hypotheticals. Would a lawsuit be able, under your bill, under the amending of this statute, would a lawsuit be able to be brought against that person?
I think what you're asking is, would they be able to really state a cause of action? I mean, anybody can bring an action,
Well,
right?
I mean,
So I just want to make sure you're asking if they would be able to state a cause of action based on those hypotheticals, right?
I mean, I think yes, but also, I mean, would this allow for civil lawsuits? So would it fall under that scenario? Would it fall under a cause of action that your bill would be applicable to?
You're recognized to answer that question.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, first of all, again, any action has to be the result of a wrongful act, negligence, breach of contract, or breach of warranty.
Mm-hmm.
What you just described, sitting, driving, are not wrongful acts. So, I mean, we can go hypothetical by hypothetical.
Right.
But the fact is going to be that in any hypothetical, if what you're describing is a wrongful act, breach of contract, breach of warranty, or negligence, then potentially. And if it's not those things, then no. Additionally, I think that it's important to understand how the Wrongful Death Act functions. So in any wrongful death action, whether it's for an unborn child or anybody else, before somebody can serve a lawsuit, that person has to be certified as the personal representative in order to do that. And so to what you're asking, notwithstanding what I just said, there's also this additional requirement that the individual looking to levy a lawsuit would have to be certified as the personal representative in order to do that.
Right.
And so for this hypothetical and any others, that's important context to keep in mind.
You're recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. So I'm going to nerd out with you a little bit because I actually do wrongful death as well. So I do understand that the conditions precedent that must happen in order for someone to even be in the right proper standing to bring a wrongful death lawsuit. So under my hypothetical, I'll say a father decides that he wanted to file a lawsuit and believes that there was a cause of action of negligence of someone who assisted someone in obtaining an abortion. He meets the conditions precedent. So let's just say for this, he met all of the conditions precedent in order to be able in the proper standing to bring a lawsuit and to file to believe that he has a cause of action, whether negligence, aiding someone into, obtaining an abortion. Under that, so understanding all of those things, would a father, a biological father, be able to use the amending of the wrongful death statute as you want it to be amended to bring a lawsuit against someone who assisted someone in obtaining an abortion?
You're going to be recognized to answer this hypothetical, but I don't know that we're going to have enough time to explore every hypothetical.
I'm not trying to explore every hypothetical.
Okay, so you're recognized to explore or to answer this hypothetical.
Well, I would say that this is substantially the same question as the last one. And again, if you're talking about driving, sitting, whatever you characterized previously, you have to have a wrongful death, a wrongful act, negligence, breach of contract, breach of warranty, driving, sitting don't constitute that. Additionally, I don't quite accept the hypothetical, because you said if, assuming that all the conditions precedent are met, that is an assumption that I don't think we can make. So elsewhere in Florida law, statute 733.301 lays out who can serve as a personal representative, and there's a specific order of precedent that must be met. Shall be met is the term in the statute. It's not optional, it shall be met. And in the case of an intestate death, which an unborn child would necessarily be, it first goes to the surviving spouse, which wouldn't exist, and then it goes to the person selected by a majority in interest of their heirs. So that's referring to the majority of the damages, which in any case of the death of an unborn child would necessarily be the mother, because it would be her who is sustaining the injury that would lead to the death of the unborn child. But even, let's say hypothetically, to your hypothetical, that it were to be a 50-50 split damages between the mother and the father, then we'd go to the third order of precedence, which is the heir nearest in degree, and if more than one applies, the court may select the one best qualified. And then you would have a situation where a mother who had elected for a lawful medical procedure, I think you're talking about lawful medical procedure, would object to this action. And I would submit to you that there's not a court in the state of Florida who would certify somebody else to be the PR in that case. So I don't accept the hypothetical. I don't think it tracks reality.
So that was from that committee meeting earlier today. A couple of others that we are still monitoring at this hour, and we'll check in on those hopefully in just a couple of minutes. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to Tallahassee, where we are listening in on the Senate Committee on Children, Families, and Elder Affairs, hearing a panel discussion right now about statewide domestic violence programs and coordinating between the government and these private organizations that help with that. I believe who's speaking right now is Dr. Linda Parker with Women in Distress out of Brevard County. Let's go ahead and listen in as this Senate committee holds this panel discussion.
Not give them to us unredacted. So we'll get police reports with everything blacked out, so they're meeting the statutory requirements, but I can't call the survivor because I don't even know her name or her phone number. It's blacked out. So those are some of the consequences of, and really we need to get that work looked at a little bit, but those are some of the consequences of just not knowing the downstream. And I recognize you guys are like a CEO of, Florida, looking and working through that, but it's just one of those things that works. The LAP, we're still working through some of the things on that. In Brevard County, we are training the police department on the LAP, and there are a few gaps. Not having because of the wording, we try not to use the word choke in a situation where someone is being strangled, because there is a definitive definition between choke and strangulation. Choking is something you do on food. Strangulation is something that happens to a victim. The reason why that's so important is because statutorily and for the legal reasons, it needs to match up with what we're saying, and that's something that we need to look at when it comes to the LAP. And then money, right? The centers haven't had an increase in monies, but the demand is rapid. Since I've been at WID, we've gone from 132 bed center to 156, and then we are going to have to expand again. So, but all of that comes from fundraising dollars. The number of beds I have doesn't increase the amount of money that we get. So those are some quick things to.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Jonathan Stevens, Assistant Secretary, Office of Community Services, Department of Children and Families.
Thanks so much, Chair Grawl, Vice Chair Garcia, and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Stevens, and I have the honor of serving as the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Community Services for the Department of Children and Families. You'll hear me kind of go over a lot of the recurring themes that we've heard from some of our other panelists, but I think it does worth re-emphasizing and going over again. So I wanted to thank you again for the opportunity to talk about the department and our partners and how we work together to strengthen domestic violence services across Florida. Our mission is clear: partner with local communities, protect vulnerable, and strengthen families. The Office of Domestic Violence is a critical part of that mission, ensuring survivors and their families have access to the highest quality of services, resources, and supports. The Office of Domestic Violence's primary role is to manage administration and monitoring of domestic violence funding, certification, policy, and programming for Florida's 41 certified domestic violence centers and 77 batterers intervention programs statewide. It's a small but dedicated team of professionals with decades of combined experience who work tirelessly to ensure that the survivors have access to timely, safe, and effective services. Addressing domestic violence effectively requires strong and intentional partnerships at every level of Florida's response system. No single agency or organization can meet the complex needs of survivors alone, and lasting change depends on collaboration among state leadership, community-based providers, and advocacy partners. Together, these partners form a coordinated network that ensures safety, accountability, and hope for survivors and their families. Under the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act, administered by the U.S. Department of HHS, each state has one federally designated domestic violence coalition. As you heard Ms. Price say earlier, the Florida Partnership to End Domestic Violence is that coalition for Florida. Separately, the Florida Domestic Violence Collaborative serves as a contracted entity with the department, providing statewide services for survivors, including operation of the statewide domestic violence hotline, the domestic violence legal hotline, comprised of technical assistance and legal services, as also mentioned. And the collaborative is comprised of 3 state-certified violence centers, or domestic violence centers, Women in Distress of Broward, Casa Pinellas, and the Spring of Tampa Bay. Florida's 41 certified domestic violence centers form the foundation of the state's domestic violence service network. The department certifies these centers in accordance with Section 39.
And it looks like we're having more issues with that live feed out of Tallahassee. So we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we're going to listen in on the House floor as debate continues ahead of a vote on the release of the Epstein Files. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you live now to the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. We are hearing debate right now ahead of the vote on the Epstein Files release. This is just stemming from that discharge petition. Let's go ahead and listen in live ahead of that vote.
Crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I've consistently said I am inclined to vote for this bill, and it's why I will be doing so today. The victims deserve the truth. They deserve justice, and they deserve closure. For months, they've had to wake up every day and see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American public. This issue has been so politicized by so many people in so many ways, which is deeply unfortunate when we're talking about matters of the highest sensitivity and untold suffering. It is my hope that the passage of this resolution today, together with the work of the Oversight Committee, will lead to the expeditious release of all pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability, let's get answers, and let's get this over with. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls, children, were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles and protectors of pedophiles. We can't say all their names here. We don't have time. But let's at least bring a few of the courageous survivors and their names onto the House floor right here as we debate this. Haley Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda, Rachel Benavides. These women have carried a burden that they never should have had to bear. And today they demand, we demand, the American people demand that we answer their clarion call to justice. Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the victims of this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the scenes to raise concerns with this petition as it is currently drafted. Specifically, I believe that there is grave risk at harming innocent people. And I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not furthering justice. With an investigation of this size and a file that is as large as the Epstein Files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter, some type of doorman, a mere social attendee who had no impact whatsoever on the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein, no participation. Their lives are forever ruined. And I'm reading specifically from the petition's language that prohibited grounds for withholding information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And I would just submit, if you were going to be embarrassed, if you were going to suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activity that you were a part of, you will be named in this petition. And I resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice. I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent the fact that there was not room for good faith amendments. And I urge the Senate to protect innocent people. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman reserved.
Debate between Republican lawmakers and Democratic lawmakers continues right now. Many of them expressing their support for this discharge petition and the upcoming vote that we expect to happen in about 20 minutes or so. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. An update for you now on the Guardian Angel program in Volusia County. This is the program where the school system there is experimenting with drones as a way to stop potential school shootings. We did catch up earlier with Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood to find out more about this program, how it works, and why he believes, how he believes it might help. Here's what he told us.
You know, the governor put that line item in there. It just goes to the mantra that we have heard since Parkland, that we have to do a better job. We can't plateau. We have to keep being innovative and creative when it comes to protecting our campuses. And I can tell you from a global perspective, having spent a couple days in Ukraine last month, this is what's out on the battlefield. This is what's out there. So, you know, and I said this when I came back from Ukraine, the stuff that you were seeing in the war there is stuff that's eventually going to come back here in good ways and bad ways. The bad guys are going to adapt that technology, and the good guys have to adapt technology like this. You know, what the cost is going to be, we don't know yet. Again, that's why it's called a pilot program, is to see how this works out. And I can't thank Captain Smith enough. He's our safety and security expert that is joined at the hip with the school district when it comes to safety and security matters. So what do you guys got?
That was Sheriff Mike Chitwood. I want to take you live now to the Orange County Public Schools work session, where they are getting ready to discuss Schools of Hope. This is a controversial program with the state that essentially allows charter schools to inhabit some of the same physical spaces as public schools. They are talking about the implications of this in Orange County. Let's go ahead and listen in as this begins right now in Orange County.
They are state-approved HOPE operators, and it is designed to attract high-performing, publicly run charter schools to operate in areas with persistently low performing public schools. Where this expansion speaks to is initially this was grounded around turnaround schools, and the expansion now looks at both in the opportunity zones but also a 5-mile radius of persistently low performing schools. The design for this School of Hope language speaks to co-location in traditional public schools. So that is very different than processes that we've had before with charter. So we want to think of the 3 buckets of which a School of Hope can be established. The first bucket would be those schools that are housed in a Florida Opportunity Zone. And so on your presentation, you will see as we get further what schools reside in those opportunity zones. Bucket number 2 speaks to those schools that are within a 5-mile radius of a persistently low performing school. And then, should the district not have any capacity in those 2 buckets, we would then, by language, open it to all other schools. The change in this language from previous years is that was specifically just for Title I schools. So you see, as we move forward in the presentation, that now we remove, and that 3rd bucket is all schools. So we're going to look specifically at the opportunity zone. So you have a copy of this map, but this lets you know where these regions are in Brevard. So you see we have areas identified in the north, central, and south areas of Brevard. And specifically, the BPS schools are Cocoa High, Cambridge, Saturn, Melbourne High School, and Stone Middle School. You will also see on this slide the capacity available on those campuses. So that second bucket that I was referring to, that speaks to schools that are within 5 miles of persistently low performing schools. So the state identifies the criteria of persistently low performing schools. On the left side, you will see those schools that the state has identified, being Apollo, Cambridge, Endeavor, Gulfview, Fairglen, Saturn, University Park, and Dr. W.J. Creel. So when you look at the schools in Brevard that reside within those 5 miles, we have a total of 62 schools.
Ms. Harris, can I just ask one question?
Yes.
How does the state define what is a persistently low performing school? How are they deeming that?
So that is a great question. In the past, it spoke to school grade. And so it looked, after 3 years, it's been everything up to 5 years, how many years they had a C or potentially 1D. Where this is now changed and why you see additional numbers of schools on this list compared to previous years in Brevard is it now looks at if you're in the lowest 10% of 3rd grade reading and 4th grade math.
Thank you.
And so that is why we have additional schools that have come on that left side of the list.
So this conversation about schools of hope happening right now in Brevard County. We do have a note for you that Orange County Public Schools is still expected to discuss this in their work session, which just got underway. Right now, our understanding is that they are talking about e-bikes and scooters and safety regulations. So give me 1 second and I can dial that up for you and we can listen in live to that. Again, now this is the Orange County Public Schools work session.
For a Class C driver's license to cover electric bicycles and motorized scooter operation and provides various penalties. Talk about the city in Orange County. These ordinances primarily address the use of devices and the responsibility of the companies that provide such services, which you see here locally around the city. On a note, the city has a dashboard of bike scooters, and it's amazing that there's over 1,300 of these devices within the city limits, with over 3 million trips and 700 million miles traveled. So these obviously get a lot of use. So OCPS's actions. I'd like to share the initiative OCPS has implemented to enhance scooter and e-bike safety. Currently, Occupational Safety and Health is actively working to provide resources for parents and guardians, ensuring that families understand the risk and best practices associated with mobility devices. 2 deputy superintendent newsletters were distributed to principals for sharing with parents and students. The first, sent in March, included guidance provided by the Orange County Sheriff's Office. The second was issued in September of this year, featured links to the Florida statutes, e-scooter and e-bike information card, and safety reminders for families. During this period, a Parent Square message was sent out to parents as well. The Office of Occupational Safety and Health, who are sitting behind me, has partnered with Bike Walk Central Florida to deliver multiple safety presentations across our schools. Last year, a presentation was complete at Water Springs Middle School, followed by 2 more this year at Horizons West Middle School and Edgewater High School. Additionally, 2 further presentations are planned, with schools to be identified. The Office of Safety and Health continues to collaborate and strategize on introducing additional presentations in both middle and high schools to strengthen awareness and promote safe practices for e-bike and e-scooter use. Some opportunities. I'd like to share some opportunities OCPS can explore to address the challenges associated with e-scooters and e-bikes users among our students. We can strengthen awareness by partnering with our communications division and internal media outlets to deliver district-wide service announcements on mobility device safety and regulations. This includes creating slice videos and featuring a discussion with the superintendent during a Mondays with Maria segment. Additionally, we can establish a dedicated section on the OCPS website that provides comprehensive information and resources focused on bike and scooter safety. Another opportunity is to collaborate with our public safety partners in Bike Walk Central Florida to develop student training programs on safe bike and scooter operation prior to student usage. This would impact schools on how to manage and enforce student riders' behavior. We could also expand outreach efforts by hosting town halls on pedestrian, bike, and scooter safety, attending PTA meetings to share best practices, coordinating safety fairs, and distributing flyers at schools and during parent-teacher conference nights. Finally, one option would be to prohibit the use of these devices altogether. It's important to note that the current OCPS Code of Student Conduct does not reference e-scooters or e-bikes at all. I will now turn it back over to Superintendent Dr. Vasquez.
Dr. Vasquez, you're recognized. Thank you to the team for putting this together in such a short period of time. As you can see, we have limited opportunities to address the safety concerns. What I would like the board to keep in mind is that some of the recommendations that we have made, such as training or having the students walk the scooters once they're on our campus, is going to be an additional task required of schools and staff, and so that is something that I did not want to be overlooked, and recognizing that our best hope of increasing safety is at the school level. All right, thank you, Dr. Vasquez. I wanted to clarify one thing, and then I'll open the floor to comments from board members. The last recommendation about banning e-bikes, just for clarification for the public, would only entail on school property. I mean, I know that, but
correct.
I know I've heard from a number of people that are assuming we have wider authority than we have. So, just, all right. Any board members? Member Douglas? Member Douglas? Member Vanos after that, then Member Ferrand. Member Douglas, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for bringing this subject in. It's a very troubling, recurring event that we're seeing more and more in Orange County Public Schools, that our kids can get hurt for absolutely, just transportation like that, okay? That could hurt their mental and physical aspect of and learning, okay? Because if they are in the hospitals and for a period of time, they're missing a whole lot. So we have to take all this into account that it has more repercussions than we think it has. And also, I thank you so much for taking into account that fact that our kids need to, disembark, get off the bike or whatever before they enter Orange County Public Schools. I just also wanted to bring into awareness that our parents need to also advocate for their kids. Advocates, all these people that are selling those vehicles, or how do you call machines, they need to be aware of the impact that they have on our kids, and they need to have some safety, guardrails, how to sell these things to our kids. Parents, do we need maybe a permit, some type of something to make sure that the kids don't go too far in how to ride those vehicles? I mean, I just want want us to brainstorm. I want parents to come in and just also be aware that these are your children, and we want the safety of all our children in Orange County Public Schools. So whenever you're buying those machines, you have to be aware of what they can do or the impact they can have on your children. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Member Douglas. Member Vanos, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Continuing to listen into some of that discussion about e-bike safety in Orange County. I want to get to you for a couple of minutes here back to the House floor as debate continues. There was 40 minutes of debate ahead of a vote on the discharge petition. We're getting close to the end of that. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
For far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. That was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly, who made those decisions, and who were they protecting. No more secrecy, no more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few.
Speaker Mike Johnson speaking right now on the floor of the U.S. House ahead of a vote on the Epstein Files. We've got to take a break.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. If you've been with us over the last 3 hours on Fox Local, we have been monitoring a lot of action on the floor of the U.S. House. A debate is just about wrapping up on the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and there will be a vote very shortly on the floor of the U.S. House to try to force the release of those files. Let me give you a live look right now. This is House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is speaking on the floor right now. In fact, let's go ahead and listen in briefly. He's almost out of time for his time to speak here on the floor. Let's go ahead and listen in for a minute as he speaks ahead of this vote.
The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But here's the important point that everybody needs to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that? The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks, and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. And by the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents.
House Speaker Mike Johnson continuing to speak right now on the floor of the U.S. House. You also see Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna there over his shoulder, one of the members of Congress from Florida who has been pushing for the release of these files. So we're going to keep monitoring this, and we will check in on that in just a little bit as we continue to watch those developments on Capitol Hill this afternoon. But we have a story we want to bring you out of Central Florida, and that is some new details of a murder case out of Marion County. Dwayne Hall making his first appearance in court today, denied bond during that court appearance, but court documents providing some interesting details about this case and allegations against this man accused of killing a woman from the United Kingdom. I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Marie, I know you've been looking into this case today. What do we know about the allegations and the claims against Dwayne Hall?
Sure. So Dwayne Hall had been living in Ocala for about 3 years. Before that, he'd spent 3 years in Tallahassee and lived in Ohio prior to that. He was the owner and single employee or sole employee of his roadside assistance business called Silver Wolf Roadside Assistance. He was arrested originally last month for fraud, for using the credit card or multiple credit cards of a woman who had been reported missing and then later found dead. She was found, it was October 17th. That was a Friday. Her body was found in the Marion Oaks area. But investigators believe she was actually killed October 11th. When investigators saw that Hall had been using her card, he wound up arrested. He'd originally told them that she had called him asking for roadside help, which is what his business does. But investigators say that his cell records prove no evidence or have no evidence that that call ever actually happened. He changed his story a variety of times, according to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and ultimately did admit to knowing her at least in some capacity. The victim is Sonia Exelby. She was from the UK, as Garrett said. I did reach out to a few of her family members and friends. I learned that she had studied music in the past, and the FDLE says that she did struggle with her mental health. She had in 2024 actually attempted to find somebody online who would, according to the FDLE, be willing to kill her. That attempt was thwarted. She was able to seek treatment at the time instead. And I can see from posts from her friends on Facebook that they had thought that she was doing better and they've been really encouraging of her. It appears that this time around, she tried the same thing again, and that's what wound up happening. The FDLE says that she, again, searched for someone online who would kill her. She wound up booking a flight from the UK to the Gainesville Regional Airport October 10th through that weekend. Through October 13th, she did actually have a return ticket to the UK, but she never made it back. The investigators say that on October 11th, she was messaging a friend about a person who they believe is Hall, talking about him abusing her and saying that she was regretting her decision and wanted to change her mind, but apparently was not able. So that is the day, October 11th, that investigators believe that she was killed. They're accusing Hall of that crime. Her body was found again on the 17th, and Hall was arrested shortly after that on those fraud charges. But now, a month later, he's been re-arrested. He's actually been in jail that whole time, but he's now had his charges upgraded to kidnapping and to homicide.
And Marie, you said you talked a little bit about how they were able to track him down in this.
There is a mountain of evidence in this case. There's a bunch of digital communication. I can see her boyfriend, Sonia's boyfriend, is actually the one, it appears, who reached out to investigators. He'd seen evidence on her computer, fearing that she might be attempting this, and he shared that with investigators, reporting her missing. A lot of her friends shared that she was missing in early October, or on October 10th, really, from the UK. And so investigators can see those communications. They can see that she'd purchased the Airbnb, and they were able to communicate with the owner of the Airbnb to go in actually before it wound up being cleaned, so they could collect evidence from there. That's where they think that Hall was holding Exelby. There's also communication from his online platforms. They have video of him making transactions and going into the Airbnb along with his car, that roadside assistance car showing up at the Airbnb. There's video of that. There is also bank records, of course, from those transactions that he attempted to make. He also told investigators that he was the one running those cards, and eventually admitted at least to knowing her in some capacity. So he's being held in the Marion County Jail without bond pending his trial, and that, according to the judge, was because of the mountain of evidence against him, as well as her feeling that there wasn't anything that she could do to protect society from him or ensure that he wouldn't actually flee. So that's why he's being held without bond.
All right. Well, disturbing allegations and a sad case there out of Marion County. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks so much, Garrett.
We are going to get ready to take a break. I do want to let you know we are continuing to watch the floor of the U.S. House debate back and forth between Republicans and Democrats. We are hearing from Jamie Raskin, a Democratic member of Congress from Maryland, who is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
About what he's saying, he's got the power to release the Epstein file right now. Nobody's stopping him. It's within his possession. It's within his control. He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that these are unspeakable evils. Well, because of the bravery and the invincible courage of the women who've joined us today, they're no longer unspeakable. They're spoken. They're articulated. The cat is out of the bag, and we know what's been going on for decades. It's been a double standard of justice, going all the way back to Alex Acosta, who later got rewarded with a cabinet appointment in the Trump administration. Alex Acosta had a 60-count federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex abuse, all of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his conspiracy, and then he would come and he would watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a year.
That is Jamie Raskin, Democratic member of Congress representing the state of Maryland, speaking live right now on the floor of the U.S. House ahead of a vote to release the Epstein Files after it is expected to pass the House. In fact, we could see a unanimous vote here shortly. Its future in the Senate is a little more uncertain. Earlier today, we heard from lawmakers, survivors of Epstein's abuse at a news conference on Capitol Hill, urging the Senate to take up this legislation in the way it's written and to pass it as it is. So we will see what happens. There will be much more to come on that in the coming days. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Live look right now at the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives ahead of a vote expected shortly on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We are continuing to monitor developments out of our nation's capital. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories happening in the Bay Area, and for that we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, it turns out that Tampa is at the epicenter of foreclosure as the state of Florida tops the nation when it comes to the housing crisis. Real estate experts say a combination of declining home values, rising insurance premiums, and increasing daily expenses is forcing more homeowners into financial distress. ADAM Data's October 2025 U.S. foreclosure market report recorded more than 36,000 foreclosure filings nationwide last month. That's up from 3% from September and 19% from a year ago, according to the report that released by the company last week. Florida posted the nation's highest foreclosure rate at 1 in every 1,829 homes. Tampa ranked first among large metro areas with 1 in every 1,373 housing units facing foreclosure, a jump that ADAM says reflects the resumption of data collection in Hillsborough County and the addition of backlogged filings. Realtors say many families who bought during Tampa Bay's explosive 2020 to 2023 market are now discovering that selling is not an easy way out. A realtor we spoke with said some homeowners are learning their property would sell roughly for the same price they had paid for it. Now, that realtor also said the situation becomes clear only after the numbers are calculated. She said by the time they get the net sheet, they're in the negative. They can't sell, but they also cannot afford the property. That is when families find themselves at real risk of foreclosure. Homeowners are urged to act early if they are worried about falling behind. Housing analysts expect Tampa's numbers to stabilize once Hillsborough County clears its backlog of filings. Now, states with the most foreclosures starts in October, were Florida with 4,136, Texas with 3,080, and California with 2,685. Now, despite rising activity, overall filings remain well below historic highs. Garrett?
Interesting data there, and sad to think about, the families that are going through this, because obviously it's happening a lot. And like you said, some of these families just finding themselves in a catch-22 at some point. You really can't win either way. And so it's a tough situation that we know a lot of families are facing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation, and I was surprised to learn that Tampa was at the highest when it comes to foreclosure. But like this realtor was saying, we had that housing boom during the COVID years, and now as things are starting to flatten out, those people who bought homes are finding that those homes, the value didn't go up, and they're worth now the same prices. They'd be able to sell it for the same price that they paid for it.
All right, next in our Tampa connection here, Nancy, and that is the end of a legal battle for a case that's been going on for nearly a decade now.
Yeah, that's right. After 9 years, the Supreme Court said it would not take up an appeal by a Tampa Christian school who claimed that its speech rights were violated when it was prevented from saying a prayer over a stadium loudspeaker. Now, the Supreme Court did not explain its decision, but this decision is effectively a victory for the Florida High School Athletic Association. Now, this all stems from a 2015 football championship game that was played at Camping World Stadium. The Athletic Association, which is a nonprofit governing body for high school sports, denied the use of loudspeakers for prayer. So the teams prayed on the field before and after the game. Those prayers could not be heard by people in the stands. Cambridge Christian filed the lawsuit in 2016, and the dispute went to the Atlanta-based appeals court twice. In last year's decision, a 3-judge panel of the court concluded that announcements over the loudspeaker at the game were government speech, as they were scripted and controlled by the association. It said the association's decision to block a prayer over the public address system did not violate free speech rights. But the school's petition filed at the Supreme Court described the appeals court's ruling as egregiously wrong and alleged potential far-reaching effects if it was not overturned. The association's attorneys, however, argued in a brief last month that the appeals court correctly followed a 2022 U.S. Supreme Court decision involving the framework for identifying government speech. They also disputed the school's contentions about far-reaching effects of the appeals court's ruling. Now, in addition, the association pointed to a 2023 state law that required allowing high schools to offer brief opening remarks, which could include prayers before championship events. The association said the problem Cambridge Christian School brought this case to address to address has been solved in the constitutionally preferred way, not through a uniform national policy handed down by a politically insulated court, but through a local policy crafted by a response legislature and an energetic executive. The appeals court panel said the 2023 state law made moot parts of the lawsuit, but that it needed to rule on the First Amendment issues because Cambridge Christian sought nominal damages. Now, U.S. District Judge Charlene Edwards Honeywell initially dismissed the case in 2017, but the appeals court in 2019 overturned that dismissal and sent the case back to Honeywell for further consideration. That led Honeywell in 2022 ruling again in favor of the association, which prompted another appeal by Cambridge Christian, which, as I just mentioned, has been denied. Garrett?
All right. And Nancy, I should note that we are keeping an eye on the House floor there. That's the 15-minute voting period that is open right now. So we're keeping an eye on that. But finally, our last story in the Tampa Connection, and it's out of Polk County, where voters are going to have the chance to vote on a referendum.
Yes, that's right. Polk County commissioners decided this morning to put this referendum on the ballot in November of 2026. Now, this referendum is aimed at boosting funds for the local school district. The measure proposed by the Polk County School Board would be in effect for 4 years, beginning July 1st, 2027, and is projected to raise approximately $76 to $82 million annually. Now, under the plan, 80% of the revenue would go towards recruiting, retaining, and compensating all school-based staff, including teachers, bus drivers, custodians, classroom aides, and administrators. The remaining 20% would support programs such as school safety and security, fine and performing arts, career technical education, and early learning initiatives. For homeowners, the financial impact would average around $260 more per year, or about $22 per month in property taxes, which could be higher depending on the cost of your home. Now, supporters argue the district must catch up with neighboring counties that have already passed similar referendums, while opponents say the tax burden on homeowners is significant and call for changes to the process by which these measures are placed on the ballot. With a referendum approved by the county commission, local voters will decide the measure's fate at the November 3rd, 2026 general election. If voters approve it, funds will begin flowing in July of 2027. Now, the school district also plans to establish an independent citizens oversight committee to ensure transparency in how that money is spent. Garrett?
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
And we are now going to check our Florida Live forecast. Got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who joins me here live. And TJ, it's been a beautiful start to the week. Really not a whole lot to complain about here.
No, gorgeous. I feel like there was a weak cold front. Garrett kind of brought us a slightly cooler start to the day, and I think kind of that feeling, I almost think you could wear two different outfits. You need one for the start of the day where you're a little chilly, and then one for the latter half of the day when it feels beautiful and warm and bright.
You're really not wrong. We go from the almost summer-like temperatures to the nice cool down. You get the best of both worlds with it, I think.
You do. It's great because if anyone is here vacationing, it's perfect to be outdoors, out at the parks, on a big hike, a walk, anything outside is wonderful. There's that cold front, it's exiting, and high pressure is continuing to build in. That's why we're seeing so much sunshine, a lack of cloud cover. Now tonight, we'll have to watch out for some of that patchy fog once again. Our northwestern neighborhoods, Ocala, Gainesville in the mid-50s, but closer to the metro will likely be pretty close to the 60-degree mark, and with the help of the water, a little closer to the coast, temperatures in the mid-60s there. Then tomorrow, back in the 80s, really nice day, just a touch above normal, and it's looking like that trend going to really continue, Garrett. That cooler heading away, and you can see all the reds on the map. That warmer air going to continue to be really the big headline as we head closer to this upcoming weekend, and it looks like even into our Thanksgiving week, things look pretty quiet for the most part and above normal once again.
All right, we will take it.
Yeah, I know. It's good for anyone at least traveling here, trying to escape the cold. They won't find any more of that across the southeast, it looks like, at least for now.
Exactly. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett. I appreciate it.
We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. We are continuing to watch this vote on the House floor right now on the release of the Epstein Files. Keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back. Live look right now at the floor of the U.S. House, continuing to monitor this vote going on right now on the release of the Epstein Files. About 5 minutes left on the time. They had a 15-minute open vote there. There's a chance that this becomes a unanimous vote, and we've heard some talk of that. That is what we could end up seeing right now. That is what we are seeing. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and we have been talking a lot today and keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill, but a lot of political topics to talk about here in the Sunshine State as well. The time of the week where we get to bring in Kimberly Leonard, who is a Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. And Kimberly, always love talking Florida politics with you, and we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Yeah, always happy to join you.
So let's start here with the state CFO race. Politico had a scoop today about that, and that race is certainly getting more interesting than it was before today.
Yeah, tell me about it. And the job of CFO, you know, it's not one that's like considered particularly like exciting, but it is very important because they regulate our property insurance, which is a big part of, you know, what Floridians are concerned about. But yes, Kevin Steele, who is a House representative, a Republican, is entering the primary against Blaise Ingoglia. Now, Blaise was selected by Governor Ron DeSantis for this CFO job because the person who held the job before him, Jimmy Patronis, ran for Congress and won. So the job became available. And so this is really a way to signal that this person is going up against a DeSantis handpicked candidate. The big question, though, is whether he'll be able to get the endorsement of President Donald Trump. President Trump has endorsed in every other statewide race, even though it's not happening for over a year. And he has not endorsed in the CFO race. And he did not come out the gate endorsing Representative Steele either. So it'll be up to him to kind of try to win over the endorsement. Or maybe the president will stay silent on it. But we do know that Senator Rick Scott, who is very close to Trump's orbit, did come out the gate endorsing Representative Steele. So it seems like the most interesting primary so far is going to be this CFO race. Although there are you know, more people who are probably going to be running for governor. But this one is really a question over this Trump-DeSantis proxy war that I think a lot of people, you know, enjoy reading about.
Yeah, it certainly makes things more interesting. There's no doubt about that. Always an added dynamic to it. Let's talk about the 7th Congressional District race, though. That is the seat currently held by Corey Mills in our area, and a Democratic candidate throwing his name in the ring this week.
Yeah, this is a seat we've been watching closely because the House Democrats campaign arm basically has targeted 3 seats to try to flip in 2026, and Corey Mills' seat is one of them. You know, Representative Mills has faced several controversies this year, including receiving a restraining order and an ethics investigation, all of which, you know, I should have mentioned he denies any wrongdoing in, but it has sort of, you know, caused, I would say, Democrats to sort of, you know, circle the wagons and see whether there might be an opportunity for them in this race. And so Bale Dalton, who is actually the former chief of staff at NASA, is running for the seat. He announced on Monday. He announced exclusively with us, and he has an interesting background. You know, he's in the military. He's in the Navy Reserves. He's, you know, flown helicopters all over the world for the U.S. Navy. And when I talked to him, what was interesting was that he really didn't have a very partisan position on the race. You know, he didn't want to really lean into being a Democrat or things like that. It's a very red district, I should mention. Corey Mills won re-election by 13 points last time. And so, yeah, he's jumping in the race. He's not the only one. Noah Widman, who is an attorney and has an interesting story as well. He became a father as a teenager and worked as an EMT to get himself through school. But I think it just shows that there are, you know, Democrats who are looking at this, who think that they might have a shot. You know, Florida is very much considered a red state, but, you know, perhaps with the different things that are happening on Obamacare or not happening, there might be the races for 2026 might be a little bit closer than what we have seen, you know, in recent cycles.
Yeah, certainly a race that Democrats are targeting and would love to try to flip if at all possible. And now let's talk about the 2026 governor's race, because we've tracked a number of new names in the race over the past few weeks. But I think what has been interesting over the past week or so has been the name that has not officially entered the race, but we keep hearing a lot about, from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. He's been very active on social media, as if he were a candidate for governor. Some of the things he's posting, it's interesting to see, but still no official word from him yet.
Yeah, still no official word. There were some rumors that maybe he wouldn't do it. We had also heard some rumors that he was going to be announcing on Veterans Day, which obviously didn't happen. He seems to have made a decision, or at least he says that he, is going to be announcing his decision soon in the interviews that he's been doing down here in CBS Miami. But what really caught our eye and the eye of my colleague Gary Fine out here of Politico was some spending on ads in his area that sort of spotlighted who he was. We don't know. It's a dark money group, so we're not sure who's behind it. But there was almost $1 million worth of ads that are going to be airing regarding kind of describing who Jay Collins is, how he's going to be working on the property tax fight. So it definitely raised more questions than answers, but it also kind of shows, when you spend, that's a real ad buy. That's just to put it in perspective, that's a lot of money to spend on ads. And so, maybe he's testing out to see how it would go. Maybe he's laying the groundwork for a run. Maybe he wants to get the governor's attention on it. And the governor, hasn't said who he'll endorse yet. But he is someone to watch on this. He's been doing all the grassroots dinners and things like that. He's on the circuit. So he was down here in Miami too, not that long ago. And so I think he's probably interested in it, but might be waiting to just see, what the governor wants to do, or just waiting for the time that's right for him and his family.
And we should note that we are expecting the Lieutenant Governor to hold a news conference in Jacksonville in just a few minutes. We got the shot up here at Cypress Village there in Jacksonville, going to be joined by the Secretary of Elder Affairs as well. So we'll try to bring that to you live here on Florida Live. Now, you mentioned property taxes, Kimberly, and I should also note we're continuing to watch some of these last-minute votes come in on the Epstein Files Transparency Act as time has expired, but still seeing some of those votes being counted right now. But you talked about property taxes. That's one of the things that's kind of front and center in Tallahassee this week. A number of legislative priorities being discussed during the interim committee meetings this week.
Yeah. I mean, I ran into Danny Perez, the State House Speaker, last week, and I asked him, what's going on property taxes, and he said, we've put out our plan. Maybe this is all 8. So they basically put forward 8 different proposals that kind of look at different parts of property taxes based on who they would apply for. Seniors, for example, versus first-time home buyers, things like that. And so he told me, look, I still want to see the governor's plan, and he hopes, to be able to do that. We don't know exactly what the governor's plan will look like, but he said he does view the governor as a partner in this, and they are meeting Thursday, the special committee, to talk about the different plans that they've put together. I think it'll help to highlight, maybe some of the differences at play, and we still haven't heard from the state Senate on what they're going to do. So I do think this will continue to be pretty fraught. They don't seem to be on the same page, but I can tell you this is an issue that I hear about a ton from voters, regular people who aren't necessarily very involved in politics. They definitely feel crunched by a lot of these big tax bills. And so I don't think it's going to go away, just because I think that with the governor talking about it so much and then people also experiencing it, that they are going to be calling their representatives to say, something's got to be done on this.
Yeah, we talked with Representative Toby Overdorf, who's the co-chair of the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. We had him on here on Florida Live yesterday, and he also urged the governor to release his plan so they can, kind of see what that might entail. So they're going to be something that we'll be watching closely. Finally, Kimberly, before I let you go, I want to talk about the Miami mayor's race, because that is one that we've talked about before, one of the ones that is really getting a lot of attention. And also caught the eye of President Trump, apparently, as we get closer to the runoff coming up in just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I was really curious when he would weigh in. I kind of thought that he would, just because it seems kind of important, to the future of his presidential library. And the fact that, he didn't win the city of Miami, but he did win Miami-Dade County. And so, if Emilio Gonzalez, the person that he endorsed, doesn't win this race, it might be viewed as kind of a referendum on the president. So he made that announcement. And what's interesting is that Emilio has sort of been cast by the Democrats as this MAGA mayor. But then last week, I heard him at a GOP fundraising event talking about how he was really embracing the title because of what he thought it meant in terms of policy and things like that. So even though the position of Miami mayor is supposed to be nonpartisan, there is a Democrat and a Republican in the race. And I think it'll just be really interesting to see how it all fleshes out. And then moving from that, depending who wins, and it's a December 9th runoff, so it's going to be very low turnout and probably very close. But depending who wins, that person could probably, in some ways put a spotlight on what the Trump library is doing, either positive or negative, where, the president is planning to, as long as a lawsuit resolves, to build his presidential library in Miami. So that's kind of the dynamic at play here, what happens with the post-presidential future.
Something more to watch. Always something to watch in Florida politics. Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. You can get it delivered in your inbox every weekday morning. Always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thanks so much.
We're going to get ready to take a break here on Florida Live, but before we do, let's just check in on the vote totals. They're continuing to come in right now. Right now it's showing 415 to 1. We did earlier see a nay vote that was changed, taken off the board. I'm not sure what exactly happened with that, whether it was switched to yay, whether they just took it back, whether they, what the situation might have been. Still awaiting a few votes there, some last-minute ones coming in, but right now the House clearly has the votes here, and this would send this on to the Senate, where its future is a little more uncertain than it was here in the House. So we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Live look right now at the floor of the U.S. House. This is a vote on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. You can see time is up. We are seeing 5 no votes still on the board. The votes continuing to kind of come in here over the past few minutes. You can see right now 216 votes in favor from Republicans, 1 Republican voting against it. 211 Democratic votes in favor of this. So right now, 427 to 1. There was some talk and belief that this could end up being a unanimous vote. So we will see what happens by the time the floor is closed on this. Again, this is House Resolution 4405, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. This was the result of a discharge position that required a number of signatures, 218 of them, in order to get a vote on the House floor. That 218th signature on it was Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva, who was recently elected in a special election out of Arizona. She's a Democratic member of Congress, and she was not sworn in for more than 2 months during the government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson refusing to swear her in. He did swear her in upon the reopening of the government last week, and she spoke on the House floor, immediately signed that discharge petition, basically setting in motion this vote today. One of the interesting dynamics in all of this is the fact that President Trump, who ran on a campaign of releasing the Epstein files, and then later opposed it, just came out in support on social media this week, saying that he wants the Epstein files released. We should also note, though, that he has also ordered a new investigation into some Democrats who may have had ties to Epstein. And so that could preclude the release of some of the files that lawmakers and others have been waiting to see. So there's still a lot of questions about where this goes from here. Even the House obviously having the votes to pass it regardless of what happens over these next couple of minutes, and with those 5 votes who have not.
On this vote,
let's go ahead and listen.
The yeas are 427. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will...
So the House has approved a bill to release the Epstein files. As I was just getting ready to say, now where that goes from here is a little more uncertain, unclear how the Senate plans to handle this. We heard from lawmakers earlier today expressing what they want. They said, calling on Senate Majority Leader John Thune not to bury this. That came from Republican members of Congress, including Thomas Massey, who held a news conference earlier today with another Republican, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who spoke at a news conference with a lot of survivors where they shared their stories and talked about what they want to see happen and why it's important that these files are released at this point. So we will continue to track that now on the Senate side. It's been a long path in the U.S. House, but as you just saw, they approved that bill to release the Epstein files, and we will see what happens now in the Senate. Let me give you a live look right now in Jacksonville. It appears, unfortunately, actually, now that I pulled that up, that the feed may have frozen. So give me a minute. Let me see if we can find a backup feed. But we are waiting to hear from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, who is expected to speak at Cypress Village. It looks like that feed froze maybe right at the beginning as some folks were carrying in the flag. He is there to talk about, well, we don't know exactly what he's going to talk about, but the placard on the podium says Operation Senior Shield. He's going to be joined by Florida Department of Elder Affairs Secretary Michelle Branham, speaking at Cypress Village, which is a senior living facility. They do assisted living and a number of other services there as well. So we're hoping to bring that to you live in Jacksonville, where he is, as soon as we can get that feedback. It appears we are having some issues with that. So we will keep an eye on that and try to bring that to you live. Right now, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Florida Live. We've got one last break we've got to get in here, but we'll be right back after this on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. So keep it right here. Welcome back into Florida Live. We tracked down the one Republican no vote on the Epstein Files. It's Congressman Clay Higgins, a Republican from Louisiana, who tweeted this out just a few minutes ago saying, "I've been a principled no on this bill from the beginning." He said what was wrong with the bill 3 months ago, still wrong today. You see the part in bold. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. So that is Congressman Clay Higgins. I want to get you live now to Jacksonville, where Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins speaking right now. You see Operation Senior Shield speaking at an assisted living facility in Jacksonville. Let's go ahead and listen in live as the Lieutenant Governor speaks.
My dear friend Michelle Branham, our Elder Affairs Secretary. We have Pierogi, my new friend, and we have Ty, who you just met, and Miss Barbara. What was your last name? Miss Barbara. And of course, we are going to announce the launch of Operation Senior Shield. And it's an initiative comprised of a strike team and information tools to combat senior scams and fraud. But I want to tell you why that's important to me. And I think it's important to give you a little bit of a highlight of who I am and where I come from. I was born on a farm, the son of a failed farmer. I was adopted by my grandparents. We didn't have a whole lot. And growing up that way, I got to appreciate what we had. And it taught me an entirely new way that was different than my generation. Because those ideas, those ideals, those principles that we were raised with frankly, are the same one that many of you have been raised with. They're the things that made our nation what it is. And incumbent and chief among those are we protect those people in our family, in our community, those people at risk. We stand up for them. We defend them. And when people harm our people, we take offense to that, and we protect them. Today marks an important step as we move forward with Florida seniors. We are launching Operation Senior Shield. I want to be absolutely clear. It's an important step as we move forward with Florida seniors. We are launching Operation Senior Shield. I want to be absolutely clear. It's not just another program. This is a continuation of a mission that I have been on for many years. I told you about where I came from, but I spent most of my adult life as a U.S. Army Green Beret. I had the opportunity to serve in multiple theaters, in combat. I did lose a leg. I was shot and did surgery on myself. I lost a leg and requalified as a Green Beret and served 5 years after. So protecting our people. Thank you. So protecting our people is not what I talk about, it's what I do. I have put my neck on the line for what we love and what we protect every day since I've been an adult, and that's going to continue. In my time in the Senate, I passed 55 bills over about 3 years. That's more than most people pass in a career. And why do I share that? Because if you're going to get dressed up and wear a suit and tie every day, you may as well get something done. I focused on economy, education, and safety and security in our community, and taking care of those who take care of us, our first responders, military, and veterans. This is not politics as normal. It is not business as normal. This is about protecting what we love. When I deployed abroad, I didn't go there because I wanted to pick a fight. I went there because I love my family. I love my community. I love my state and our nation. And we have to protect and stand up for those every day, every single day. So this was put together by Secretary Branham. She first briefed me on the sheer number of senior citizens losing thousands of dollars. I believe $32,000 is the average loss. Sometimes their entire savings. It hit me hard. You know, in the military, we don't sit back when you see people targeted. You move towards the problem. You take action. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. Our Florida seniors built this state. They built our communities. They built our families. They deserve protection, respect, and peace of mind. And we're committed to giving exactly that to them. I want you to know you are not alone. You are not isolated, and we do have your back. Hard stop, end of story. Senior Shield provides timely text and email alerts so older adults and caregivers can stay ahead of scammers. We're going to make you hard targets. You got to have the information to understand what's going on. When a new threat appears, Floridians will know about it before the scammers get to their door, their inbox, or their phone. That's how we keep you alert, keep you informed, and secure. Signing up is simple and takes less than a minute. Just visit opseniorshieldfl.com to start receiving alerts today. I encourage everyone, seniors, caregivers, and family members, to protect those in your family, to protect your loved ones. Keep them alert, keep them secure, and protect their savings. Again, that is opseniorshieldfl.com. But that's just the beginning. Today, we're also creating a statewide task force dedicated to fighting fraud against older Floridians. This group will bring together law enforcement, cybersecurity experts, community partners, and state leaders to share intelligence, raise awareness, and take this issue head on with urgency as demanded. We're approaching this the same way we would any coordinated threat, with strategy, teamwork, and relentless focus. We're also adding something innovative, something new. We're giving seniors the tools to fight back, backed by a statewide strike team that works around the clock to stop criminals before they strike. That team is myself, Secretary Branham, our law enforcement partners, and leading cybersecurity experts like our new friend Pierogi, who specialize in protecting you. He has dedicated how many of your last years? 8? 10? quite some time to just that. He has taken down hackers. We're going to work with him to find them, hold them accountable, and protect your money, your way of life, because somebody has to do that. In Florida, that's what we're going to do. All moving towards a problem of protecting our senior citizens. With guidance from ethical hackers and cybersecurity experts, seniors will walk through exact steps scammers use safely in a controlled environment. We're going to help you each step along the way so they can turn the tables. You'll learn how to see these schemes, understand them from the inside, see the red flags firsthand, and practice those techniques scammers use against you. It's not just education, it's empowerment. It's also a strike team to find them when they do wrong. It gives seniors confidence, it gives them control, and it gives them the ability to recognize a scam instantly and shut it down before it ever gains traction. And let me say this clearly. Florida is not a state of easy targets. Not on my watch, not while I still have a breath in my chest, and certainly not under Governor Ron DeSantis. We will have your back. Secretary Branham, thank you for putting this together. Your dedication, your team's focus on protecting and preserving our way of life is obvious in everything you do. Thank you for assembling this. Thank you for putting this together. But more importantly, thank you for the vision and resolve to bring this through to finalize and get it out here to protect our people. You know, she listens to stories from people who lost everything over and over and over every day. These practical solutions are hers, but it's because she has worked day and night. So when you get a chance, make sure you talk to Secretary Branham, because she is the real star here who put this together. Her work.
Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins talking about Operation Senior Shield as he speaks live in Jacksonville right now. Some additional support and resources to protect senior citizens in a number of ways. We know they are disproportionately targeted as with fraud and abuse and a number of things like that. Also talked about the creation of a task force to help seniors across the state. Well, thanks for joining us today here on Florida Live. It has been a busy day, not just over the last hour, but over the last 4. And we hope you join us again tomorrow with more Florida Live. Have a great afternoon and take care.
Hi there. Happy Tuesday. How are you? Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer here in the Storm Center for Fox 35 Weather Plus. It has been a beautiful week. If you've been out and about, maybe you're here on vacation, maybe you're staycationing, and you're getting out and enjoying all the beautiful conditions that we have right now, because it is going to be the theme, not just today, but really through the majority of our week ahead. Look at the view right now. This is out over I Drive. Weigh in. Let me know where you're watching from. We'll talk about our question of the day here in a moment. Hello, Berlinda. How are you? I see you're watching on YouTube. Love to see it. We're live on Fox Local, we're live on Facebook, and we're live on YouTube. Again, if maybe you've never seen this before, we do this show at 3 o'clock each and every weekday. I believe we're in our 3rd month already, maybe. I feel like time is just flying by. I still can't believe that Thanksgiving's next week. I feel like we should have one more week before Thanksgiving, but it is here, that is for sure. But it's going to be beautiful if you're expecting to get out maybe for a long weekend here locally. It looks like high pressure going to continue to drive our weather pattern. Still going to have the potential for some fog as we progress through, not just tonight, but usually when you have a setup like this, you have the light wind and starry sky, and temperatures are able to drop close to those dew points, so you get that fog, and really the lack of wind doesn't stir up the low levels of the atmosphere, and we've seen some of that fog over the last few mornings. Belinda, I love that you're watching in Kissimmee. That's great. I'm going to pull up Facebook here as well and see if we have any comments there. Hopefully not missing any of those. And while I'm at it, you know what? I'm actually going to share this on Facebook myself. While I'm thinking about it, let me throw up the question of the day, all right? So we're switching gears. I know if you've been watching, we've been asking a lot of holiday-related questions, but this one is not necessarily holiday-related, but I know this has been a big movie that's been leading up to the holiday season. Wicked for Good. Anybody going to go out and see that on opening night? Let's see, that would be, today is, I don't even know what today it is. Today is Tuesday. I feel like I was off of work yesterday, so I feel like I'm all out of sorts. I'm like, who is it? Who am I? What day is it? So that would be Thursday. Thursday night, I think that is technically it comes out on Friday, but Thursday is the night that you'll be able to get tickets for. Alice, how are you? Hi, Allie. How's it going? Thanks for watching. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is going to be one of those movies that people are going to be talking about, just like with the first Wicked movie. We've had stories on our air talking about the fun food and drinks that they're offering over at Universal leading up to the premiere, and it's going to be real. I think I'm really excited. I've only seen it on Broadway once, but I have seen it touring performance of it, and obviously I've seen the movie. But I'm curious if anybody's going out to see it, because I think it is going to be a really fun time. But we'll go back to the weather and talk a little more about our setup, not just today, but leading through midweek and onward. Let's see, it's 3:03, just about 3:04. If you're just joining us, hi, happy Tuesday. Another live look. Really a lack of cloud cover. Had a weak cold front move through over the last 24 hours, kind of a backdoor cold front, and didn't move through with any sort of impacts, but slightly cooler, and we'll still have a little chill around tomorrow morning. I was just talking with Garrett Wymer, one of our digital anchors, and it's funny because, as you know, this time of the year, we can get swings in temperatures, and we've already had that once this fall season, had the chill around early last week. But it feels like you can almost have two different outfits, one for the latter half of the day when it's warm, and then one for the early morning or late evening when temperatures are starting to tumble. All right, let me make sure I'm not missing any comments here. All right. Yeah, it's beautiful out there. That's our Evermore Resort camera peeking off to the southwest. There's the current setup, radar picture, satellite picture. You can see where that cold front is, and it's still kind of draped back to the west just a little bit, but overall, ridging in the upper levels of the atmosphere going to continue to drive our temperatures to stay above normal. That's going to be our story through midweek and onward, really. But we'll talk about this a little later on. It's looking like at least some longer range data suggests another potential push of more Arctic air, at least, modified Arctic air for us. But that's something that we'll be potentially seeing later on next week, late Thanksgiving week into next weekend. So still some time to see little tweaks and changes, but it's looking like that could be something that could potentially throw some wrenches in travel plans if you are flying through the sky later on next week. But at least for now, for us in the southeast and for us in Central Florida, not looking like any sort of big concern. Hi, Medalia, how are you? Yeah, I'm with you. I honestly may have been an outlier. I actually really enjoyed the cold snap early last week. I mean, granted, I was shivering in the 40s, which is, I feel like, working in much colder locales than the Sunshine State. I'm like, what? Why am I shivering? Why am I so cold? But yeah, it's one of those things where it's almost like a novelty, right? When we get those big pushes of cold air, that Arctic air to sink this far southbound. It's always kind of fun. And obviously, those that remember getting the snow last winter, that was something unbelievable as well. All right, tonight we are expecting, as I was mentioning, that potential for some fog. If you're getting out early on tomorrow morning, whether that be out for the commute or you're getting out for any sort of driving early in the day, just something to watch. Remember your low beam headlights. Think about leaving a little extra distance between your vehicle and the one in front of you. Thanks, Medalia. I appreciate it. It's a beautiful name. It's such a pretty name. I'm glad I did you justice. A little cooler for our Fox 51 locales across Alachua, Levy, Dixie, and Gilchrist counties. Outlying spots there, lower 50. So I would say that's still probably warranted, warranting grabbing a hoodie or a light jacket early tomorrow morning before temperatures climb back above normal. A little cooler near the coastline, upper 70s from New Smyrna southbound, right around 80 in Titusville, Cocoa Beach. But inland, Bushnell, Winter Haven, mid-80s, around 82 in Orlando. Once that fog lifts, once that fog mixes out, it'll be a really nice and pleasant afternoon, just like what we have out there right now. Maybe you're staycationing, maybe you're just taking the day off and you're heading to Disney, making a Magic Kingdom Wednesday. It looks beautiful. Look at all the sunshine. Just a few clouds tomorrow, mid-70s through 11 o'clock. Around 82 for the Festival of Fantasy Parade and then Happily Ever After. You can see how quick temperatures drop with the help of the clear sky. All that heating just gets lost to space when you don't have any clouds out there. So temperatures can really drop fast, and we're back in the upper 60s for the fireworks, for the Happily Ever After fireworks spectacular tomorrow evening. So, you may, if you're prone to getting chilly, maybe you want to throw a windbreaker or a light jacket in the backpack if you're getting out to the theme parks tomorrow. Okay, so here is an even bigger picture setup. You can see that little dip in the jet stream, cooler than normal conditions up across some of the international border, New England, even the mid-Atlantic. But this cool air, it's even though we were close to seasonable norms this morning, if not maybe a touch below average. You can see the ridging. You can see all the warmth across the plains, the upper Midwest, the deep South, all of that warmth, a result of this ridge of high pressure, and that's what's going to be essentially taking center stage as we progress through the remainder of the week. You can see temperatures across Texas running around 10 to 15 degrees above normal, even across portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Alice, yes, it was a great night. I'll have to share some photos. We did. what they call snow. It really looks like snow when you're standing there in the park and it's flying through the air, but it's just a little touch of festiveness to really, especially if you're someone that has grown up far from Florida and has dealt with the cold and dealt with the snow and loves the snow. It definitely makes it feel like the holidays, that's for sure. But temperatures, if you're wanting that chill to come back, at least for the rest of our work week, it's not looking like we're going to have any sort of major cool downs. Welcome back, Fox Local friends. And just a little PSA, if you are watching on Fox Local and you want to join in the conversation, you can pull up Facebook or YouTube on your phone. So if you want to ask a question or weigh in on a question of the day, which I'll pop back up here in a little bit, you can certainly do so that way. But this is the setup as we head through late week and really into this upcoming weekend as well. You can see this ridge of high pressure driving our above normal conditions, above normal temperatures, and really it's looking like, aside from that being a weather headline, more sunshine and more dry conditions. But it's looking like, at least as we head closer to the weekend, late in this weekend and early next week, there is going to be a weak cold front that could bring the potential for maybe a shower or two. But right now, chances are pretty slim. You can still see temperatures. I mean, it's not quite as noticeable here in Florida. We'll be running, only really a couple few degrees above average, but to our north and west across Georgia, back closer to the plains and the upper Midwest, temperatures really going to be above normal for this time of the year. Now, this is looking closer to our Thanksgiving time frame. Thanksgiving Eve, temperatures going to be above normal. We'll likely get a little drop in our temperatures behind the cold front. Not a big drop, but it's looking like this cold front, which is the one I was talking about earlier in the show, this is the one that we're going to have to monitor, because it does look like, at least some of the data, some of the long-range ensembles, which you've probably heard us mention that term before, the ensemble data, it essentially takes multiple scenarios in the atmosphere, blends them together, gives us a better handle on how a scenario in the atmosphere will present itself. But that chance is there for another shot of cold, but is it as cold as some of the data is showing now, or is that not the case? But notice, you can see as we head closer to Black Friday, temperatures trying to drop a pretty good deal, and especially for some of our communities across the Mid-Atlantic. You can see Pittsburgh only at 35, St. Louis around 35 degrees, freezing in Detroit. But for us, it's not looking like temperatures really going to be, at least for now, not as cold as what we had with this Arctic blast early last week. But we're still a week away plus, so some little tweaks are possible. But certainly the chance for some below normal conditions in the near future. But notice, looking even further down the pike, this is November 26th through December 2nd. Still a pretty solid chance that we'll have above normal conditions in this time frame. And a lot of times, as you know, we get deeper into the winter with this La Nina setup, that's usually what happens for us. You know, warmer and drier in the Sunshine State. But you know, I'm sure just like we had, you can get extremes one way or the other, and it'll be interesting to see what happens as we get deeper into fall and closer to the start of meteorological winter, which, believe it or not, is actually not that far away. December 1st officially begins what we call meteorological winter, really weather winter, and just a sign that climatologically speaking, that's when we have our coldest conditions of the year. And that's why we don't, even though winter begins on the calendar later in December, that's kind of how we look at winter in the weather world, if you did not know that. Looking at the next 7 days, mainly dry, bright, beautiful, still some cool mornings, again, fog possible over the next next couple, honestly, fog could be possible if we don't get the wind to increase each and every night. That's just the kind of setup that we're in. But at least over the next couple nights, you'll probably want to watch that. Now, notice I have that 10% chance of rain in the forecast for Sunday. That's that cold front that I was talking about. Right now, chances for rain pretty slim, but that next system that looks to move our way will be getting closer to us Wednesday into Thanksgiving and beyond. But it has the potential to spread some certainly unsettled conditions across some portions of the country. So if you're one that is, you're going to be traveling, and this would be through portions of late next week, it's looking like at least the chances there for some snow across the heartland, maybe the upper Midwest as this system starts to move across the country. Not looking like anything major right now, but something to certainly watch. And then it looks like another system trails behind that. So a little heads up if you're going to be traveling closer to Thanksgiving and into next weekend. But right now, let me see if we're getting any comments. Elizabeth, how are you? Hello to you in Titusville. Thanks for hopping on. I appreciate it. Just a heads up, if you're watching us on Fox Local, I'm going to take another little 2-minute break here at 20 past the hour. So if you do want to pop on Facebook or YouTube, you can certainly do that. If you have any weather questions or you want to weigh in on our question of the day, which I'm going to pull back up right now. Okay, here we go. Who's going to go see Wicked for Good, either this week or planning on seeing it at all? It's funny because I was trying to think the last time I've gone to the movies, the last time I've seen a movie in theaters, and I feel like it's been a minute. It's been probably months, to be honest with you. But usually I'm not one to pre-purchase tickets or anything like that, but did that in this case just because I feel like it's going to be one of those movies that continues to book up theaters and sell out. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be really cool to see. For those that love this theatrical production, loved the first one, loved the stage production of Wicked, I believe there are a couple of new songs that are going to be on the soundtrack and in the movie that are never before heard songs. So it'll be really cool. I know there's been a lot of house. That's something that ever since I was a kid, we've always had a live tree in our